No, that's your nice. Good morning and welcome to the first meeting of the Nevada Silver-Haired Legislative Forum for the 2025 interim. First, we will call the roll. For those members attending virtually, please turn on your cameras and respond when you hear your name. Madam Secretary, please call the roll. If a member is not present, please record that member as present when he or she arrives.
Ms. Darden.
Present.
Ms. Martinez. Ms. Woods. Mr. Fulmar. Mr. Silberkraus. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Linden.
Here.
Ms. Laura Levitt. Dr. Jordan.
Present.
Ms. Bongiorno.
Present.
Mr. Slaughter.
Present.
Mr. Thorne.
Present.
Mr. Smith.
Present.
Ms. Daniels.
Present.
Dr. Schonkweiler.
Present.
Ms. Doyle. Present. Ms. Coffrin.
Present.
Mr. Troth.
Present.
Ms. McAdoo.
Present.
Ms. Peggy Levitt. President Almaraz.
Present. One thing I will remind you. Your microphone, when you push it and it is green, it is on. After you have responded, please push it again so that it is red and your mic is off. Thank you. We have a quorum. Welcome to members of the audience in Carson City, Las Vegas, and those joining us online. Today's meeting will cover several items. To start, we will have introductions. Next, we will hear presentations from food bank providers, the Department of Human Services, the Nevada Health Authority, and our own staff. After the presentations, we will discuss future agenda items and meeting dates. And finally, we will have the election of officers. I would like to say at this time, we have had some questions about an item that is near the end of our presentation. I think it is item 8. We decided to have it towards the end of the presentation so that our presenters can leave because they all have jobs and other places they need to be. So if you have any questions, we should cover them all during that agenda item. Before we begin, I would like to make several housekeeping announcements. First, I would like to remind everyone to please silence all electronic devices while in the hearing room. Members of the public may provide testimony in various ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. Today, we will have a public comment period at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. You may also submit public comment in writing, either in addition to testifying or in lieu thereof. If you wish to testify in person, please sign in at the table by the door and leave a business card with the secretary. When testifying in person, turn the microphone on to speak and off when you are finished. as we have others attending, listening to, and viewing the meeting in Carson City and online, please also state and spell your name for the record. Anyone who would like to receive electronic notification of and access to the forum's agendas, minutes, and final report can do so by going to the legislature's website and the following links. Our meeting is video conference to Carson City. Members may also participate virtually over Zoom. I'm asking members on the Zoom video call to keep your cameras on and microphones muted until I recognize you to speak. To ensure an orderly flow of discussion, all comments, questions, and responses must go through me. The Zoom video call has a chat feature. However, this feature is only to be used for technical assistance. Any information you wish to share should be stated verbally on the record. Meeting materials provided to the forum members for this meeting can be accessed on the forum's website. Individual public copies are also available at each meeting location. Finally, I plan to take a 30-minute break for lunch later in the meeting after the presentations from the food bank providers and state agencies. At this time, I would ask all forum members to please fill out your lunch menu and pass it to the end of the aisle so that it can be collected. Agenda item 2 is public comment. Members of the public can provide public comment in person, by phone, or submit written comments to the forum's email. Instructions for providing public comment can be found on the agenda, including the call-in information. Members, please keep in mind that public comment is reserved for members of the public. When providing public comment, clearly state and spell your name for the record. We will start with public comment from those in the physical meeting locations and then move to public comment from anyone who has called in. Is there anyone in Carson City who would like to provide public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone in Las Vegas who would like to provide public comment? Please come forward to the table. Seeing no one, our staff from the audiovisual hearings unit will interact with those calling in for public comment to facilitate their participation in the meeting. AVH, please add the first caller with public comment to the meeting.
The public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Seeing no callers, we will get started with the first item of business. Our first item of business is going to be the introduction of forum members. We have several new faces here, and we would like to get to know each other better. Members, I will call on each of you by your Senate district. Please introduce yourselves, identify your nominating senator, and share your interest in the forum. Please also note how long you have served on the forum or indicate if you are a new member. Ms. Darden here. We will begin with Ms. Darden from Senate District 1. Ms. Darden, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Hi, my name is Donna Darden. I am sponsored by Shelley Crawford. What else did you want to know? I don't know what else you wanted to know about me, other than I'm a new member. happy to be here. My passion, of course, is to make sure that our elderly are taken care of in a proper manner, as we see that they are not. So that's why I'm here, to hope that whatever expertise I have, I can pass on to the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darden. Elizabeth Martinez. Valerie Woods is not here. So Mr. Fulmar. Maybe we'll hear from Mr. Fulmar later. Ms. Johnson, Michelle Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Johnson. I've lived in Las Vegas since 1959. I used to run a nonprofit organization. I'm part of Senate District 6 with Canizero, and I think all the items that we have suggested we approach is everything I did in my nonprofit world. So I'm really looking forward to being part of this forum. Thank you.
Mr. Linden.
Good morning. My name is Bob Linden. I've had the pleasure of serving on the council since last spring. I was nominated by Dr. David Orent-Lichter in the Assembly, and my background happens 30 years in healthcare management. And then I was a business owner here in Las Vegas for 16 years, retired the second time in 2014, and enjoying the over 300 days of sunshine each year.
Thank you, Mr. Linden. As we are appointed by our senators, I'm sure that Senator Roberta Lang is the person who appointed you, but thank you. Laura Levitt.
Yes, I'm Laura Levitt. I'm representing Senate District 8, Maryland Dondero Loops District. Excuse me. And this is my third term. I'm retired from the state of Nevada in Health and Human Services, and I've lived in Nevada over 50 years. I'm interested in all issues that are important to seniors in our community, and some of what I hear brought up the most is healthcare and insurance, housing, and scams. I'm proud of what we've accomplished since I've been on this board, and looking forward to what we can accomplish in the future. I'm a member of the Ask Me State Retiree Chapter in Nevada, RPEN, Retired Public Employees of Nevada, and the Nevada Alliance of Retired Americans. Great to be here. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Levitt. Dr. Jordan.
Good morning. My name is Marilyn Jordan, and I'm here today representing District Number 9. Having been a member of the Silverhead Forum for more than 10 years, I'm pleased to be back in session, working, supporting, and representing our Nevada seniors. My focus this session is going to be on housing, senior housing, which is sorely needed. My background is in education, public policy, and finance. I'm delighted to be back, and I thank you and welcome all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. Ms. Bongiorno.
Good morning, folks. Good morning. I've been a resident of Nevada since 1958. I've been on the forum for 16 years, seen many, many changes, and my background originally was in music. I'm called the Wall of Fame at UNLV as being one of the pioneers and I served the United States Department of Defense when I was 18 years old. Traveled to many countries, Korea, Vietnam, a total of 68 different countries, enjoyed them all and learned much. Presently, well, actually in 2 months, I will be 90 years old. And just Monday, I had the privilege of also speaking to a marketing group at Southern Utah University, which I enjoyed. I shared with Dr. George very much. I am a financial consultant, and presently, which later on I hope to discuss, I'm working on an app with a gentleman who is a programmer I used to do with Jeff Bezos to develop assistance to those caretakers that have family members or people that have Alzheimer's or dementia. And that's all. Wish you, the newcomers, welcome. And other than that, good day.
Thank you, Ms. Bongiorno. Mr. Slaughter?
Good morning. My name is Frank Slaughter, and I represent District 11 on the Senate, Senator Lori Rogich. My background was United States Marine Corps, as well as the United States Air Force. I went from a grunt to a cook, went back to school, and became a laboratorian at UMC for almost 20 years. I also was assistant boxing coach at UNLV for 10 years. And I presently work with kids with addiction from the Mission High School in Las Vegas. And also for 7 years, I've been working with people with Parkinson's disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Mr. Thorne?
Good morning. Patrick Thorne, District 12. I was nominated by Julie Pazina. I am a lifelong resident of Nevada. I was born and raised here in Henderson. I think it's a little before your time, but not much. I'm a mostly retired CPA. Don't really have any expectations of myself yet about what my primary focus should be. But it looks like, from what I've heard, all of those are clearly worth all the time and effort that this committee puts forward, and I look forward to being part of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Thorne. Greg Smith?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Greg Smith, representing Senate District 13, appointed by Skip Daly, and been a resident of Nevada since 1963. Came from Battle Mountain originally, but been in the Reno area for 36 years or so. Did represent Assembly District in Sparks in the session 2019. And one session there, had enough of that, I was retired. So I am here and looking forward to representing the senior citizens of District 13 for Skip Daly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Daniels?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm Cher Daniels, Senate District 14, Senator Ira Hansen. This is my second session. I am interested in all things that help the seniors, as there are many who are in need, and I hope to be of help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. Ms. Schunkweiler?
Good afternoon. Well, it's morning your time. I'm on the East Coast right now, getting ready to celebrate my 50th high school reunion here in St. Pete. But I have lived in Reno, Nevada since 1991. I represent District 15, and my good friend, Senator Angie Taylor, who I have known since the day I moved to Reno, pretty much. I've spent my entire professional career at the University of Nevada, Reno. My last 15 years working at the School of Medicine. And my passions are affordable housing and healthcare, which are issues obviously that face all Nevadans, but I think especially in the vulnerable population of our senior citizens, myself included. I think these are really important issues, and I'm happy to be able to represent my district and be part of this group. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coffrin?
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Coffrin. I'm here representing Senator Robin Titus and District 17. I live in Minden, Nevada. I've been a publisher serving California and Nevada communities for 26 years. I have a tremendous amount of friends and family members that are seniors, and I want to see what I can do to help make life better for all of us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Doyle?
Hello. Let's get closer. My name is Kathleen Doyle. I represent Senate District 16, Lisa Krasner's district. My past career was in Washington, D.C. with the U.S. State Department for many years. After that, I moved to California and then now Nevada for the past 12 years. I'm a new member to the forum. I've always taken an interest in government, and I've known Lisa for many years because being in Reno, I come down to Carson City a lot to testify and attend hearings during the legislative session. So I'm very interested in what our legislature can do. I recently am working with the Elks Club to develop programs for the seniors, for them. So I am really looking forward to helping and being on this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Troth?
Roger Troth from Senate District 18, representing John Steinbeck. That's in the northwest corner of Las Vegas. I've been here about 35 years, retired military and defense contractor in the air control business. This is my third term on the committee, and looking forward to continuing to work for senior issues.
Thank you. Ms. McAdoo?
Coming. Thank you. I am Kathy McAdoo, and I represent Senator John Ellison from District 19, and that includes the rural counties of Nevada, Elko, Eureka, Lincoln, and White Pine counties, as well as parts of Clark and Nye County. I have been in Nevada for more than 50 years and have about 25 years of experience in nonprofit work. Was most recently an elected regent for the Nevada System of Higher Education. I retired from that in 2023 and began volunteering at the Elko Senior Center. For the last 3 years, I've managed the food pantries there. I look forward to the work that we get to do together. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Peggy Levitt? Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. I'm representing Senate District 20, Senator Stone. I was originally nominated by Dr. Joe Hardy, but he turned out, and Senator Stone continued my being on this committee, which I appreciate. I came to Las Vegas in 1970. My career has been as a social worker. I worked at the Southern Nevada Children's Home in Boulder City for 20 years. And when that was closed, I was hired as manager at Child Haven and retired from Child Haven.
I served as a city councilwoman on the Boulder City Council for 8 years. I've been very involved in senior issues in Boulder City. I was on the board of directors at the Senior Center and also at Lend a Hand. And I currently am Meals on Wheels driver. I'm also currently serving as a director of the Las Vegas Alliance for Religious Freedom and Human Dignity. And we promote being peacemakers and building bridges. We just recently had a symposium, which was very successful, and had 2 representatives who are ambassadors on an international level for human rights. And it was just outstanding. I have really enjoyed serving in this capacity and have learned so much about the issues facing senior citizens. So I'm very happy to continue to serve in this position.
Thank you, Ms. Levitt. Mr. Silvercross.
Good morning. My name is Fred Silberkraus. I'm representing Senate District 5, overseen by Carrie Buck. I've been on the forum approximately 14 years. Enjoy it tremendously. I've been a resident of Southern California going on 26 years now. Deeply interested in senior affairs, what affects our elderly population, both health and housing wise. Also a very strong advocate for animal welfare and was instrumental in setting up a new program in the city of Henderson, which I'd like to give a plug for, called Henderson Cats. It is the first time the city of Henderson was granted permission to do what we call TNR, trap, neuter, and release, something that's been going on in Las Vegas for many years. Henderson has finally allowed that program to take effect. So I'm kind of watching out for people from the older end of the spectrum to the very youngest of kittens. Public service is a wonderful avenue for spending time, energy, and effort. I look forward to this session as being highly productive, addressing elements and issues that are of importance to our community and especially our seniors. And with that, I'm delighted to be here again and was very pleased to be reappointed by Senator Buck. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Fran Alvarez. I've been a resident of Las Vegas since 1980. I've served on this committee several years. I honestly don't remember the first year, so I can't tell you how long, but it's been a while and I have enjoyed it very much. I am on the board of ULAN, which is the United Labor Agency of Nevada, and we do food and food banks for members of Las Vegas, for members of unions and the community at large of Las Vegas. I'm also president of the Teamster Retirees, and we also there through them work with seniors on many issues. Originally, I was nominated from Senate District 10, but with the redistricting, I am now with James Orenshaw, Senator James Orenshaw of Senate District 21. I would like to welcome all of you to the forum, new members and old, and I'm sure we'll have a very productive year. Thank you all. Next, I would like our forum staff to introduce themselves, and we'll begin with our forum coordinator, Mr. Ashton.
Thank you, Forum President Almaraz. My name is Patrick Ashton. I'm a policy analyst with the research division of the Legislative Council Bureau. I serve there as nonpartisan staff, and I have been assigned now to the forum as a forum coordinator, and I've been involved with the forum for almost 8 years now, and it is my pleasure to serve again as your forum coordinator for this interim. Nice to meet you all.
Miss Angelina Garcia.
Hi, my name is Angelina Garcia. This is my very first time being on the forum, but I really respect the work that's done here and the folks that take time out to be here. So I'm very excited to work with everybody. I just came over from the Senate, so I have a little bit of legislative experience, but I'm really excited to learn and be a part of this.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia, and welcome. We also have Mr. Brian Fernley, who is our forum counsel.
Yes, thank you. My name is Brian Fernley. I'm with the Legal Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. I serve as the legal counsel for the forum. I've done that, I think, for 12 years now. I started with the LCB back in 2005, and I have been working with the forum since 2013. So I'm happy to be here again, and I'm happy to provide any legal counsel related to the forum's duties that may be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Our forum secretary, Ms. Melissa Jimenez, is unavailable today, but you will have the opportunity to meet her at a future meeting. Instead, Ms. Rowe and Ms. Weitzel are our secretaries for today's meeting. They are present in Carson City. Welcome. Thank you, staff, for all that you have done and will continue to do to support the forum throughout the interim and the session. I would also like to take a moment to recognize our former staff, Ms. Ashley Kalina and Ms. Julianne King. Ms. Kalina staffed the forum since 2021 through 2 interims and 2 sessions. Her deep knowledge of senior issues at both the state and national levels, combined with her strong organizational and writing skills, especially her work on letters and bill remarks, will be truly missed. Ms. King served as the forum secretary since 2018. She kept the forum on track by coordinating meetings, preparing minutes, and even taking her service a step further by providing nonpartisan testimony on the forum's bill during the 2025 session. On behalf of the forum, I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to these highly skilled professionals and wish them the very best in their future endeavors with the Legislative Council Bureau. Last, but certainly not least, I would like to recognize all the staff working behind the scenes to ensure the forum meetings and the entire legislature to run smoothly. This includes AVH, Information Technology Services, the Janitorial Unit, and Legislative Police. Thank you all. Now, we are going to go back to a member who was unable to speak a few minutes ago. Mr. Fulmar, please go ahead. Mr. Fulmar, I believe you are muted.
That was the same problem I had before.
There you go. Now I can hear you, sir.
Oh, good. I represent the great Senator Dina Neal, Senate District 1. We're from the center, I guess we'll say, of the state of Nevada. My personal passion is that we in this community, the senior community, become active in our collaboration with the younger folks, the folks with fast legs. We have the experience, but our country, our nation, in order to move forward, will have to bring these together. for our future. That's my passion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. This concludes the introduction of forum members and staff. We will now move to our next agenda item. Overview of services offered by food banks to address food insecurity among seniors in Nevada and policy considerations. At this point, we will have a presentation by Mr. Shane, I'm sorry if I butcher your name, Piccini, and Mr. Jeff Duncan, Chief of Staff of 3 Square Food Bank.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Shane Piccinini. I am the Manager of Government Affairs for the Food Bank of Northern Nevada. And give me 1 second here. Technical issue. Anyway, I apologize for that. Windows computers make me crazy. But anyway, as I was saying, I'm with the Food Bank of Northern Nevada, and it's a privilege to be here in front of the forum to talk about food security in Nevada with my colleague in Las Vegas, Jeff Duncan. The first thing that we wanted to address was the response to the government shutdown, which we are now in our 37th day. And 3 Square and the Food Bank of Northern Nevada have been making a multifaceted, heavy lift to respond to the needs of both our neighbors who are enrolled in SNAP and furloughed federal employees who are going to miss their second full paycheck tomorrow. And so between the 2 food banks, there are well over 300 partner agencies statewide. Every county has at least 1 partner agency. In most cases, the counties have got 2. There are several, obviously, in the big counties of Washoe and Clark. So we are doing everything that is possible to be able to respond to this. As you are aware by reading in the newspaper and paying attention to what the legislature have done, the legislature and the governor's office has graciously and I think miraculously approved funding for the food banks to be able to respond to this using 2 different funding sources, some reallocated ARPA dollars, and then IFC last Thursday created an additional $30 million contingency fund that we will be able to draw down if this were to drag into December. So we are currently, the 2 food banks, going into the supply chain and the marketplace and acquiring as much food as we can to be able to bolster the existing partner agencies and food distributions that we both operate at both ends of the state. And so we are doing some additional pop-up distributions as well, and the response for each food bank is a little bit different given the service area that we have and where the majority of our clients, our neighbors like that we serve are. And so it's definitely food bank specific in terms of how the food is going out, but every effort has been made to ensure that every neighbor that needs it has got access to it. So at the end of this, and after Jeff has a chance to present the information for 3 Square, we'd obviously be happy to take any questions that you have regarding this. So briefly, I'm just going to go through what the Food Bank of Northern Nevada does and is doing, and then I will turn it over to Jeff. So as I was saying before, the Food Bank of Northern Nevada is currently serving 160,000 neighbors. That number is obviously going to go up as we start to see the October and the November numbers. Because of the way that we report through our partner agencies, it's going to be a little bit of a lag before we know how many neighbors that we are going to serve in these 2 months. But we are expecting to see in the October, November, possibly December area, a 25% increase in the number of people in need. And so for us, that would equate to around 40,000 additional neighbors that have probably never gone to a food bank before. We began as a partner, as a small pantry has grown into a pretty big regional food hub. So we serve 13 of the 17 counties in Nevada. The Food Bank of Northern Nevada has been in business for 40 years. And last year we provided over 23.1 million meals. Some of the programs that we operate are Golden Groceries, which is a senior market. We have got Mobile Harvest, which is where we bring one of our really big tractor trailers into a neighborhood and we distribute fresh produce and sometimes eggs and fresh meat, like proteins, all for free. We have the Senior Nutrition and Wellness Program, Senior Boxes, which was formerly known as CSFP, which is a USDA-run commodities program that allows us to distribute a supplemental box of nutrition to seniors who income qualify, which I believe they have to be 130% of poverty or lower in order to qualify for that. A few years ago, we started a new program called Produce on Wheels, which is a senior mobile market to give seniors access to fresh produce. And that mobile market goes straight into the neighborhoods where seniors live to help reduce the number of trips that they have to make to a pantry in order to get access to fresh groceries and fresh produce. We operate a prescription pantry program. And these are programs where a provider would write a prescription for healthy food, primarily fresh fruits and vegetables, sometimes low sodium diets, that they then are able to take to a program that is enrolled in the prescription pantry to be able to redeem that for an additional allotment of fresh produce. And so a lot of those prescription pantries are located on site where the provider is, but not all of the prescription pantries are where providers are at. Some of them are in the community and closer to where our neighbors live. We also operate some school pantries. I think there's pretty close to 40 of those in Washoe County. And those are there to allow caregivers of students to be able to get access to food at a location that's convenient for them. The biggest program that we at the Food Bank of Northern, Three Squares too, the two food banks are involved in, is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. This is without a doubt one of the most efficient programs that exists in order to help our neighbors be food secure. This program, there is no way that the food banks would ever be able to provide the nutrition and the access to food that SNAP does. And so when we talk about the policy proposals later on that we were asked to provide, a couple of them that I'm bringing to the table are directly related to increasing food security towards SNAP, and we'll get to that. But in the packet, I did, with the assistance of the Division of Supportive Services, give you a breakdown of the age brackets of our seniors who are enrolled in SNAP, people that are age 60 and over. And I just want to reiterate that anybody who is eligible for SNAP or thinks they might be eligible for SNAP should apply for SNAP. This program is without a doubt changing people's lives. And that's why we at the Food Bank are very stressed about the fact that the USDA only provided partial benefits for the month of November to SNAP recipients, because we know that this program cannot be replaced. So having gone through that background, a little bit of what the food banks do and some of the programs that we operate, there's, I believe, a couple of them that Three Square does that were not included in this list that Jeff will get to. I do want to talk about a little bit about what the changes that were made to Public Law 19-27, otherwise known as HR 1, because there's some big changes coming that will impact the senior community. And the first and foremost is that for able-bodied adults without dependents, formerly known as ABODs, although there are a bunch of changes in HR 1 that changed that, so we're going to have to find a new acronym for that. Under the old rules, people who were age 55 or older were exempt from the time limit for accessing SNAP. And the time limit is this, that if you are required to comply with the work requirements for SNAP, meaning that you do not have any dependents at your house that meet the qualifications or being disabled or whatever the rules are, you now have to comply with the work requirements up to age 64. So, before 2023, I believe, it was anybody who was aged over 50 didn't have to comply. The Congress changed that to 55 in the Biden administration, and now it's been changed to 64. This is a big deal. This is definitely going to require anybody eligible for SNAP under that to either, work the 80 hours a month or to volunteer for 80 hours a month in order to maintain the benefit. So there's a lot of education that's going to happen around this. There were some changes made to the standard utility allowance and heat and energy treatment. So previously, certain individuals were allowed to get these deductions and shelter costs. So though basically, I'm trying to condense this so we don't get into a long thing, but essentially the rules have been changed. It makes it harder to access the treatment for getting heat and eat assistance. These were programs that were designed to help reduce utility costs in in Las Vegas in the summer and up here in the north in the winter. So the changes around that are going to be pretty significant as well. There are changes to what's called the Thrifty Food Plan. The Thrifty Food Plan is what determines the maximum benefit or the minimum benefit for a SNAP recipient in the entire program. And so for decades, the Thrifty Food Plan had been set at a very specific rate. And during the Biden administration, because of an act of Congress, the formula had been changed and required the Congress, or the USDA really, to reevaluate that every 5 years. So they are repealing that every 5-year review requirement, which means that as future years go forward, the SNAP benefit will have less purchasing power for all of our neighbors who are in the program. So this is going to result in eventually a reduced monthly benefit compared to indexing it to inflation. So this is also a really big change. The Feeding America Food Bank Network, for which 3 Square and the Food Bank of Northern Nevada are members of, fought really hard to get changes to the Thrifty Food Plan over the years, and we are really disheartened to see that it's reverting back to the old system of not being updated unless Congress authorizes it. And then lastly, there is a significant cost shift of the program to the states. So under the old rules before HR 1, there was a 50-50 administrative match that the state would pay with the federal government. HR 1 shifts that administrative match to 75-25. 75% of the state, 25% the federal government will take on. So for context, for the current fiscal year, that is an additional $19 million the state didn't plan on budgeting for. And then I believe in 2026, I guess it would be fiscal year 27, October of 26, the state of Nevada will be on the hook for an error rate penalty if our error rate for SNAP application goes above 6%. And I really encourage you to invite the Division of Supportive Services to come and do a fuller, deeper dive on these changes and how they impact all of us, everybody in the state economically. But that could mean that the state could have to pay an additional $100 million, or around there, $110 million, to directly pay for the actual benefit that is going out. So before, the SNAP benefit itself, the money going onto the card, had been 100% funded by the federal government. Under this new formula, the states are going to have to pay, based on a sliding scale on their error rate, a percentage now of the actual benefit. And that can be, in a lot of states with error rates over 10%, a staggering number. So Nevada has been consistently under 8%. We've been under 5% a couple of times. We've been hovering around 7% for the last few years, but this is not a significant, or this is not an insignificant fiscal impact. And then here are a couple of the policy recommendations that we had come up with. So the first problem is that many seniors struggle with the paperwork, technology, and the frequency for renewals required for SNAP. And so some of the policy options are to extend the certification period for adults, like to 36 months instead of 12 as an example. Use the elderly simplified application projects. These allow for simplified forms, telephone interviews, and longer certification periods. And automatic enrollment or data matching with Social Security or SSI systems to identify and enroll eligible seniors. Another policy option is to standardize the SNAP formula. The standard SNAP formula often underestimates seniors' actual living expenses. So there are some options to adjust the shelter deduction rules to better reflect the true cost of housing for older renters and homeowners, especially in high-cost areas, which is pretty much everywhere in the state right now. And then implement a senior cost of living adjustment COLA that ties maximum SNAP benefits for households of 60 or older to senior-specific indexes such as the CPIE, which is the Elderly Consumer Price Index. So some of these things the state of Nevada can do on its own through waiver. Some of it we're going to need to work with Congress to do, but all of it is important work that should be done. And then the last recommendation that I have is physical mobility and technology barriers keep many seniors from accessing or using SNAP benefits. So there's a couple of things that we could do here. We could expand some of our online purchasing agreements with some of the retailers. Allow for home delivered groceries to be paid for with SNAP benefits. And there are some pilots in New York, Minnesota, and Arizona that are currently going on right now. And then we can integrate SNAP enrollment into senior hub services such as an area agency on aging or congregate meal sites. So those are like 3 ideas that I came up with that we could definitely help. Number 1, get more seniors enrolled in SNAP because there are senior representation in the SNAP program is very low. And these are definitely like some of the more easier asks that we could get. And so with that, I will turn it over to Jeff in Las Vegas.
Well, good morning. My name is Jeff Duncan. That's JEFFDUNCAN. I am the Chief of Staff at the 3 Square Food Bank here in Southern Nevada. It's a privilege to be in front of you again in my new capacity. I spent 13 years with the fabulous Aging and Disability Service Division sitting behind me. So I now get the honor and privilege of working on our advocacy and government relations work at 3 Square. I want to say thanks to Shane for putting that overview together, and I won't repeat anything he said, but I will give you some information specifically here in Southern Nevada. While we are 2 separate food banks, we do a lot of things the same, but as Shane mentioned, we do some things a little bit different. So I believe is my slide up or my PowerPoint up? I can't see it on the screen. So thank you very much. So again, this is Jeff Duncan for the record. So just a little bit about 3 Square. As Shane mentioned, we serve Southern Nevada. So we serve Clark, Lincoln, Nye, and Esmeralda. We've been doing that since 2007. As you see on the slide here, since opening through our community partner network, we distributed over 644 million pounds of food, reaching children, working families, older adults, veterans, and individuals in our rural and frontier area. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide, and I appreciate Patrick and LCB for giving us some leeway. We have a lot going on with the shutdown and the SNAP pause on the benefits, so the PowerPoint's a little thin, but I wanted to get it to you so we could have something to go over. But I am going to speak a little bit to the data, and I'll be happy to go slow, and you guys can answer any questions, of course, at the end here. But I want to make sure you all know that 1 in 6 individuals in Southern Nevada, that's about 377,000 individuals, experience food insecurity. And then that boils down to 1 in 5 children, or roughly about 113,000 children. So together that translates into about 72 missed meals per year, or an average of 6.3 meals per person. Unfortunately, according to a recent report, our food insecurity rate in Southern Nevada has went from 14.7 up to 16%. This is obviously all before the government shutdown, HR 1, or anything we're experiencing today. But I want to mention that even with that, in the last 4 months, before anything happened with the shutdown, before anything happened with the SNAP, we were seeing a significant increase in individuals accessing our pantry sites through our community partners here in Southern Nevada to the tune of 16% increase. And the alarming number in there is that out of that 16%, 75% of them had never went to a pantry before. And again, this is previous 4 months before October even hit. I will speak just a little bit on SNAP, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot of questions on this, so hopefully our data can help support some of the questions you may have. But roughly about 395,000 individuals in our southern 4 counties are on the SNAP program. And that, according to what we know today, this is a guesstimate because of all of our data systems, only about 35% of those individuals were actively going through a community partner pantry. So that speaks to the power and of the SNAP program and why it's so important for these individuals. And as Shane mentioned, we anticipate with the SNAP reduction in the SNAP benefits, everything that's going on, we anticipate a 25% increase, which would be around, this is a guesstimate at this point in time, 150,000 individuals that were on SNAP that may be going through our community partner pantries in the near future, or obviously right now during the shutdown. Just a little bit more on the data, or a little bit more on the programs. I know this is for older adults or for seniors, but I did want to make sure that we mention that we also serve people across the lifespan, of course, children, et cetera. So you'll see that on the screen here. But I want to take a second just to send a huge shout out to all of our 3 Square team members, our wonderful volunteer corps, our 150 community partners, all the individuals in the community that have always supported the food bank, are continuing to support the food bank, and obviously in this time in need. The last couple weeks have been, I'll just say it, chaotic, and we have focused on nothing but our emergency response, and we simply could not do that without our volunteers, our donors, all of our community partners. I can't believe the individuals that have came out to help in any way they can, from RTC donating bus passes to individuals donating food, all the community food drives. So just huge shout out to Southern Nevada. It's been the same for North Nevada, of course, but we really do appreciate all their efforts. So quickly, on children's programs, we have a backpack program for kids that has weekend meal bags for individuals. Then we have our Kids Cafe, which is an after-school meal program. And then we have our Beat Up and Eat Up, which is a summer food program for those individuals. And again, as I go through this PowerPoint, I just want to make sure I highlight that we don't do this work alone. Everybody tends to refer to as our food pantries as food banks. We are the solo food bank, but we then route much of our services out to the 150 community partners here in Southern Nevada. So now into the program that you brought us here to speak about. I'll tell you a little bit about some of our programs for older adults. The first one I want to highlight is our Golden Groceries program. So this provides nutritious, age-appropriate groceries to individuals 60 years and better across 30 sites here in Southern Nevada. We also offer curbside and delivery options that reduce barriers for those who have limited mobility. Then we have a partnership that we do senior community meals. Thank you to ADSD for funding us for this program. But this is a partnership we have with some libraries here in Southern Nevada, where we provide free hot meals to individuals in those libraries across the valley. Oops. And then moving on, so we also have a DoorDash home delivery program. This is monthly grocery boxes with shelf-stable items, fresh produce, and bread. All of our menus are approved by a registered dietitian to align with the common needs like diabetes, hypertension, etc. So our deliveries reach homebound individuals who otherwise may go without a meal. And then our last program for older adults is our Lyft and bus passes, where we can provide Lyft rides and bus passes to individuals who, again, need access to get out to the community to get food. Now, I'm going to try not to nerd out on this slide, but this is a huge passion for me. As I mentioned, I spent 13 years at the Age and Disability Services, and I was introduced to the no wrong door philosophy. Huge shout out to Cheyenne Pasquale, who you'll be hearing from later. We have a program called the Benefit Services Outreach. And this team really, they're not referral agents as like a 211 might serve. These are truly individuals who help families navigate, whether it's SNAP, Medicaid, Medicare, utility assistance, transportation. Our call center advocates for people who call the phone line, access. We go to places in the community to meet people where they're at. And I do want to make sure I get on record and provide that phone number, because they really have been a crucial team for us in this emergency response in the last several weeks and obviously ongoing. So just for the record, the Benefit Services Outreach team can be reached at 702-765-4030. Okay, so in closing, I don't want to repeat anything that Shane said about his policy recommendations. We share common vision on that, but we also have a shared grant that we received through Feeding America that's really a SNAP policy grant. And I do want to make sure that the forum is aware that there has been ongoing fraud as far as individuals scamming the individual who have EBT cards through skimming and scanning. And there's been unfortunately, a lot of that over the last several months. Fortunately, in the last month, that has actually decreased, thankfully. But we are going to stand up some efforts in that grant to really try to help educate SNAP beneficiaries on changing their password on their EBT cards, just getting the education out there, because unfortunately, based on the policy at the Welfare Division, they're not able to replace stolen benefits. So I want to make sure I covered that as well with the forum. And then again, what Shane put forward as far as the recommendations are in line with what we are doing. In addition, one thing that we're going to look at, especially now during this emergency response, is increasing our ability to drive services to meet the individual where they're at. So looking at additional delivery options for individuals who don't have the capacity or limitations to go to a community food pantry site. So that's one thing we're looking at as well. And then I think that was everything else that Shane said. So happy to take any questions, and thank you all very much for having us here today.
Thank you both for your presentations. If there are any questions from the forum, please raise your hand. Dr. Duncan?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Marilyn Jordan, District 9 for the record. I have several questions for you. Mr. Duncan, how effective is the Lyft program in bus passes? I know that has been difficult for a lot of people, and it's really only a few days a month. How is that being implemented and upgraded?
So thank you for the question. This is Jeff Duncan for the record. So right now we have a funding stream that helps us fund that program. But one thing I can mention, Lyft also this month, because of the reductions in SNAP and then the delays, they're also given free rides. I forgot to mention that when I had that slide. So this month they've waived any of the fees associated with a partner that is in that network. So that's great news. A huge shout out to Lyft for helping us out with that. So we are continuing looking for funding streams to increase our delivery options. So based on your question, we need more to continue to meet those needs.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your presentation this morning. And I think it's important that we know the good things as well as the regular things. I also have a question for Mr. Piccinini. I am interested in the Is Mr. Piccinini available?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I am interested in the implementation of the senior COLA. Given the differences in the SNAP program for seniors, I would like to have some updated information and how close we are to the senior specific index becoming a reality.
Shane Piccinini for the record. This was something that we were getting closer to in 2023 and 2024. The change in administration has put this work on pause, but I'm optimistic that once we are able to get a functioning federal government, that we'll be able to pick this work back up again going into 2026 with, future farm bills, or maybe even in the Older Americans Act, to try and figure out a way to give the states the ability to do that.
I'm asking that question because, as you know, 2 years ago, we addressed a situation that had been since 1991. There had been no changes in the personal income of our seniors in residential homes and what have you. And I don't want to have to take another 15 years to see the COLA adjustment change. So I would like to know if you can please send us any updated information so that we can understand where we are with that policy.
Shane Piccinini for the record. I would be happy to work with you and get you the most current updated information. And then as we get updates in the future, I will make sure that we share those with the forum.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Joanne Von Jarno, District 10. I'd like to know a little bit more about your application form and how difficult it is for certain cultures or seniors to be able to understand and apply for that.
Shane,
So thank you for the question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Shane. If you
No,
want to go.
no, you can do that, Jeff. It's fine.
Okay. So thank you for the question. This is Jeff Duncan for the record. Can you be more specific on the application that you're referring to?
To apply for SNAP.
So this again, Jeff Duncan for the record. I don't want to speak for the division, but there are abbreviated applications that our benefit services outreach team uses. So that team specifically gathers information on the front end, packages that up on behalf of the individual, and then sends it over to the welfare division for eligibility purposes. But I can't speak specifically on the application or how we could further streamline that. I don't know if Shane wants to take a stab at that one.
This is Shane Piccinini for the record. So I should have probably asked this question to the division earlier, and I didn't. But prior to 2023, 2021, there were still paper applications that were primarily being used by seniors, and there has been an effort to move those to more online. I think one of the biggest things that we could do is just try and figure out how to make online application access easier for seniors. And also, one of the things that the Congress took away in H.R. 1 was the internet expense deduction being an allowed deduction for cost of living expenses for the purposes of being eligible for SNAP. And while that isn't necessarily a huge reduction in the amount of money that they would get every month, it still makes an impact. So making sure that people have got access to affordable broadband is really an important key element to making this, access to government services, including the SNAP application. That's a cornerstone of that. Hopefully that comes close to answering your question.
Well, my concern mainly is that there are many seniors that do not have computers, that don't have accessibility to that. How do they apply?
So Shane Piccinini for the record. So both food banks operate a telephone service, a telephone line that they can apply through the telephone, and then our outreach teams would be able to help them apply, submit the application and collect the required documentation. So that we can do right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, is there anyone in Carson City that has questions? I really can't tell.
I don't believe so. Oh, we do have one.
Go ahead.
Lisa Coffrin, I'm just curious, you indicated, this is my first question, so do you, in terms of the increase in participants in the SNAP program, is there a specific age group that you've seen more of an increase in applications than another? I'm just curious if it's broken down that way and what it is.
Shane Piccinini for the record. I'll have to ask the Division of Social Services specifically to get demographics on that. What I do know is that children and seniors make up well over 50% of all SNAP participants. And so that's a great question. Let me see if I can circle back and get some better data that actually, going back from maybe like July to now to see what demographic is the highest enrollee demographic. That's a great question.
Thank you. Anyone else in Carson City or on Zoom? Seeing no one, Mr. Slaughter?
Yes, Frank Slaughter, District 11. My question is there a way with, knowing the dwindling supplies with food that you guys hook up with, like, say, casinos or restaurants in local areas, have a system where if they have, say, extra supplies, that they can get it to you guys in a timely manner, that the food is safe and nutritious to get to seniors in our state?
So this is Jeff Duncan for the record. Thank you for the question. So we also, within our food bank, and I believe Northern Nevada too, we do have a food rescue program where we have partnerships with our local grocery stores. And at times we also partner with the convention centers when they have the big events, and we do rescue that food and then redistribute that to our community partners.
This is Shane Piccinini for the record. We do have a grocery rescue program. There are a couple of our partner agencies up here, Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada being one, that is able to accept the casino, the large containers that come from a casino and then serve them in their dining room. Our food bank does not, but some of our partner agencies, Carson Valley Community Food Closet and others, do get rescued product from restaurants and some of the casinos. There's probably a little bit of more work to be done there, but it does require a special facility to be able to process and break that food down. In our food bank, I'm very jealous of 3 Square. They have a beautiful kitchen down there. Our food bank does not have that capacity right now. It's something that we hope to do in the future. But we are referring as much as possible to our partner agencies.
Thank you.
Charles?
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for the presentation. I've done a lot of stuff with your food bank here in Southern Nevada with our youth groups. Hats off to what y'all do. A couple questions here. Can you guys, either one of you, give us an idea of how much, I'm going to talk money now, how much money you get from government programs, grants, whatever form that is, and also an idea, percentage maybe, of how much private money that you get for donations to run your operations? Does that make any sense?
So thank you for the question. This is Jeff Duncan for the record. I do not have that information with me, but we could definitely get back to the forum. We at the Southern Nevada Food Bank, we do not rely heavily on federal funding. Most of ours is through donations, fundraising, but we do have grants, partnerships with the state. We have our federal commodities program that's called the TFAP program. So there is a lot of moving parts when it comes to the dollar figures, but we're happy to follow up.
Yeah, I'd appreciate if you'd be able to do that, because I think we need to have a feel for, because now HR1 made some changes in, who gets what money and how much money they're going to get now. And this will probably ripple into some of our other discussions as we go through the forum here. Then a second question along that, does the food banks actually use, if someone comes in and needs resources, do you all take an actual SNAP card from that for them to purchase or reimburse for any of that? Or is it all just donated food and products?
So thank you for the question. Jeff Duncan again for the record. We are not a SNAP retailer. That's the relationships that the Department of Supportive Services has. So they have retailers across the state. I think I have that number on this page here somewhere I can look down. So we don't directly take the SNAP EBT card. All of our food goes out to our community partners and it's free for the individuals to access. But we don't do that directly at the food bank, of course.
Thanks. That's all I got.
Dr. Jordan?
Marilyn Jordan, District 9 for the record. The standard SNAP formula often underestimates seniors' actual living expenses. Can you share with us what the monthly SNAP allocation is for seniors?
This is Shane Piccinini for the record. So there is a common misconception out there that the average benefit is somewhere between like $15 to $36, depending upon the circumstance. The average SNAP benefit really depends on the individual situation. So some of it could be as high as $149 a month. It really is dependent on every individual's financial situation, their living situation, all of that. So as much as I would love to give you a straightforward answer, I would say it really depends on every SNAP applicant's situation.
Mr. Piccinini, what is the lowest to the highest? You said 149. What's the lowest that somebody would receive?
The lowest is right around, I want to say it's like either 28 or it's like right around $28 is, I think, the minimum benefit under the current rules.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Silvercross?
Yeah, in addition to the funding that you receive to cover the costs of operations, salaries and such, the actual food that you folks receive, I'm assuming that most of that is donated and not purchased. Can you speak to where that food comes from, the type of supplies that are received, and the physical capabilities that are here in Las Vegas that allow for the receiving and distribution approximately of the volume of commodities and produce and foods that are actually disseminated throughout the community?
So thank you for the question. This is Jeff Duncan for the record. I'm gonna have to make sure I unpack your question. So we have a purchasing budget every year, and I believe in the last fiscal year, that was around that food that we purchase around $11 million. To put that in context, just for everybody wondering about SNAP, on a monthly basis, the SNAP program pulls down about $90 million from the federal government. So we can get back to you on that breakdown based on the question earlier on our funding, but the majority of the food that we have obviously is purchased, donated, or through other avenues. One thing I want to mention too about the type of food, I believe you asked that question in the last fiscal year as well. About 60% of that food that went out our door was fresh produce, milk, proteins, etc. There's a lot of misnomers out there about the food banks that only, and the food pantry sites only provide shelf stable. That's not the case across the state. We try to get as much produce, protein, fresh fruits and vegetables out the door. But we're happy to follow up about that funding based on the question we got earlier. Oops, excuse me. I hope I answered all your questions.
Just one more question, please.
Yeah, in terms of produce or foodstuffs that are not purchased, what percentage are donated? And can you tell us whether or not they're donated from manufacturers as either surplus or gift donations, or does the federal government make food available from their pantries where they purchase foodstuffs and put it in store and then disseminate it not only domestically, but I understand some of it even is shipped abroad. But a lot of the government agencies seem to acquire extensive stocks of food supplies. Are those made available to Foursquare?
So it's Jeff Duncan for the record. Thank you for the question. I'm not sure I'm following correctly, but our purchasing goes through our vendors that we have, say, on the West Coast here. All that food that we purchase then comes through our food bank. It's all inventoried, and then our 150 community partners make orders through us, and based on the needed demand they're seeing, and then that's how we ship it back out. So I'm not sure I quite understand the totality of your question, but there's a lot of different moving parts about how we're bringing food into the food bank, and we'll be happy to provide that based with the funding question we got earlier, and then how much we're getting donated, purchased versus rescue, et cetera.
Are some of the foods that are donated by the federal government, is that under a USDA program?
This Jeff Duncan for the record, that's correct.
And those materials are provided free of cost?
That is correct. This Jeff Duncan for the record, from the federal commodity program, correct.
Do you have any idea what percentage of the materials that you both receive for free and those that are purchased, what the breakdown is? I mean, are you buying 50% of the food that you distribute, or is 50% of it being donated free, either from manufacturers or the government?
So this is Jeff Duncan for the record. I don't have that with me, but happy to get back. I don't know if Shane has those numbers with him.
Shane Piccinini for the record. I don't. So I do want to talk about what we get from the federal government for a minute, though, because to call it a donated product isn't exactly accurate. So we get products through the federal government, either through TFAP or through the CSFP, the Commodity Seniors Program, right? So TFAP is the Temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program, and that is a grant that is funded by Congress that the USDA then goes out and purchases through their vendor supplies a selected menu that we are then allowed to choose from. And all of this goes through the Nevada division of the Nevada Department of Agriculture. The Nevada Department of Agriculture then takes possession of those products, and then they are distributed to us, and then we distribute that product out to our partner agencies or through our own direct services. So a lot of this is a paper transfer. I don't want you to think that like food is moving around on a forklift all the time. Like, you know, we get it from the NDA warehouse to our warehouse, and then it goes out very quickly once we get it. So the federal government does, they offer bonus products through the TFAP, which are products that is a surplus within the U.S. supply chain that the producers then work out contracts with the USDA to acquire that product and then send out. But there isn't really a donated stream of food specifically through the USDA or through the federal government that delivers the product straight to us, and then we deliver out. But the question of donated versus purchased, we would also have to sit down and do the math on that. Honestly, that was not a question that I anticipated that we would get today. It's a good question. And so I do know that our financials on both of our websites have got some of the stuff broken down for the last fiscal year, but we will do our very best to get this back to you as timely as possible. As far as what a donated versus purchased product looks like in our warehouses.
Thank you very much. That you have addressed the interest I have.
A little bit of a follow-up. Sorry, Roger Troughton, section or District 18. A little follow-up on some of that is because we know that we're going to be looking here in the next period of time where a lot of these federal resource things are being challenged and or are not going to happen. So then what this group could do is if those are going to be significant shortfalls or issues that, and you've already outlined some of that, then those are some things that this group could maybe make some decisions and discussions with the legislature on. Are we going to replace some of these? Are we not going to do them anymore? We're talking about tax dollars and raising money and fees to do that. And so, and you guys do a great job in taking care of doing that, but money's always a big issue. And so that's why I feel like there's some discussion on some of this. Does that make sense with you gentlemen? Thanks.
This is Shane pitching for the record. I hear what you are saying completely. I do want to point out one thing, that 2 legislative sessions ago, the 2 food banks got together and created the Home Feeds Nevada program, which I know that you're aware of. And it was modeled off of a federal commodities program. Originally, we were using federal LFPA dollars. That was a grant through the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and we spent about $6 million through that program from 2021 to the end of 2024. Those monies at the federal level went away. So in the 25 legislative session, the one that just ended in June, we were able to get an $800,000 appropriation to continue that program. What the program is designed to do is to bring to bring Nevada produced products into the charitable food supply as a support for our growers to be able to grow Nevada agriculture while also supporting our neighbors that are in need of food assistance. So if there was an opportunity for us at the legislature to talk about where we could invest additional dollars, the Home Feeds Nevada would be a place to do it. But I do want to put clearly on the record that the food banks do not get a regular appropriation from the state of Nevada or the federal government. The caveat to that is that in 2023, during the legislative session, when we were unwinding from the pandemic, we were able to get, each food bank got $4 million to spend over a 2-year period, over a biennium, to be able to bring additional food into the charitable food system for us to support our neighbors. And the reason that we did that was because we saw an unprecedented need. The need that we saw during the Great Recession of 2008 and 2009 has been dwarfed by the need that we have seen going from 2020 to 2025. We went from, 2019 and in the north, seeing around 98,000 people a month to now serving over 160,000 people a month. So if we were going to address how the state could best utilize taxpayer dollars, which are a precious resource, trust me, we know, that we would want to make sure that it was invested in a food purchase program of some sort that would also keep the resources in Nevada for Nevadans.
Thank you. Any other questions? Members?
Yes, I'd like to address another question, please. My question to you is, why is there such an increase? What's the cause? Can you tell me?
So this is Jeff Duncan for the record. Good question. I can't speak today. We still need to do a lot of unpacking on the data, why we've seen such a significant increase. There's a lot of things going on that could have a significant impact on that. The ever-changing federal landscape right now, all the information that's out there, just the general cost of living, the cost of transportation. That's off the cuff. I could say that. I don't know if I have a definitive 1 or 2 key factors. I think it's a collective group of things that are going on for the families we serve here in Southern Nevada and across the state. But I'll see if Shane has anything to add to that.
Shane Pitchney for the record. I think that's right. I think that it's just a convergence of all sorts of different issues, from the cost of healthcare, housing, energy, cost of inflation for food. Like, I think it just all came together in a tsunami.
Lisa Coffrin, District 17. I do have one more question. How many, again, back to statistically speaking, how many homeless people utilize the SNAP program? Do you know that?
Shane pitching for the record. I don't know that one off the top of my head. I do know that there's not an insignificant number of homeless or unhoused that are using the program, but we can ask to get that number for you as well.
Thank you. Please remember to wait until you're called if you have questions. We don't like to speak over somebody. I do have a question for Mr. Duncan. I have heard that there is a program that the food banks are instituting. It's like the little card that you use at Albertsons or Smith's. When you scan it, they have your information, and people will be able to use that little card when they come to the food banks. Is that anything you know of?
So this is Jeff Duggar for the record. Thank you for the question. Not playing this card to get out of the question, but I've only been there for a couple months, and I don't believe that I've heard of a card that is tied to our food bank other than potentially the SNAP EBT card. But I could be wrong. There's a lot of moving parts in our food bank, but I'm off the cuff. I can't think of that specific program.
This is Shane Piccini for the record. There are cards that are offered by some of our partner agencies, such as Catholic Charities has a card called Clarity. We have issued cards with a barcode that they're allowed, that we issue to scan it to make the intake process faster. But there isn't a card that crosses grocery store to our food bank or our partner agencies that I know of. There was discussion of creating a discount program for SNAP users that ended up not going anywhere during the legislative session, but I can't think of anything that matches specifically what you described.
Thank you. The other thing, I have a question. At one of our previous sessions, we heard from, how am I going to say this? It was a program where they had coupons that they gave seniors, which they could only buy fresh fruits and vegetables with. Do you know anything about that or have any input?
This is Shane Piccini for the record. I do have a vague recollection of a USDA senior produce program that was tied back to farmers markets. I don't know if that program is actually still operating, but as of right now, I am unaware of any coupons that our food bank or partner agencies are offering that would give produce to seniors. The only thing I can remember is a program that was operated by the USDA.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Mr. Slaughter?
Yes, I would like to thank Mr. Piccini and Mr. Duncan for coming before us. I tell you, this is a daunting, almost depressing kind of issue that I know it's not going to get solved today, but it sounds from what we're hearing, it's getting worse in this country. And I hope that there's someone tonight in the state of Nevada is not going hungry. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duncan and Mr. Piccini. We appreciate your time. We will now move on to the next order of business.
Madam President, I had my hand up. I don't know if you saw it.
No, I'm sorry, I did not. Go ahead.
I just had one question. I was wondering how much of a little bit ago, the question was asked why, and I was wondering if the lack of or the expiration of the pandemic era emergency fund, how much of that was supporting SNAP? And is that the reason that we now need to cover that?
This is Shane.
That would be to Jeff.
This is Shane Piccini for the record. Do you mind clarifying the question for me a little bit as far as like the funding for SNAP?
Yes, apparently there were temporary benefits given the pandemic era. There was emergency SNAP benefits, and from my reading, those have expired. So I was wondering how much of that was supporting the program, and if it's left a huge hole.
This is Shane Piccini for the record. Well, I do think that you're on to something that could potentially explain the increase. Those pandemic era benefits did expire. And that was part of the reason why the legislature was very gracious and generous in giving each food bank $4 million to spend on food assistance in 2023. So there are a whole bunch of like economic reasons why SNAP is in the, like why our numbers, our usage numbers are up. And the average SNAP user usually, as far as like, you know, our working neighbors and families, is usually only 18 months. You know, they're on it and then they get their financial situation back and then they leave the program and then somebody else comes in behind them. So it's sort of a revolving door. So there's a lot of really complicated factors in understanding the SNAP churn and also just like the churn for the neighbors that are using the food bank. And, you know, not everybody that is getting assistance today were people that were getting assistance, you know, 18 months or even 24 months ago. So this question is, I think, probably a great question for some economists, for which I am not. But it's one that is most definitely worth exploring. And I hope that I give you some answer to what you're looking for.
Thank you. I was just wondering how big the hole was. That's all.
Again, thank you, Mr. Duncan and Mr. Piccini. We appreciate your time. We're now going to move on to
Excuse me, Madam Chairman. I had my hand up also. This is Chair Daniels, Senate District 14. How many undocumented citizens are on SNAP?
Shane Piccini, for the record, there are 0. The program requires that everybody be either a legal resident through some kind of a refugee or an immigration program, or they be a U.S. citizen, but there are 0 undocumented citizens or undocumented people on SNAP.
Thank you.
We're moving on to agenda item 5 for our next order of business. We will hear a presentation from staff of the recently established Nevada Health Authority. We will take questions from forum members at the conclusion of the presentation. Administrator Jensen and Chief Colombi, please proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Ann Jensen. I'm the Medicaid Director here in the state of Nevada, and I'm excited to share a bit more about our transition to the new Nevada Health Authority today. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Kirsten, who will share a little bit more about some specific programs that we're implementing related to seniors, and we look forward to your feedback and questions. So if you want to move to the next slide, we'll start with the establishment of the new Nevada Health Authority. This is the newest newest agency within the executive branch, that was established on July 1st of this year. If you move to the next slide, you'll see this is a creation that was proposed as part of Governor Lombardo's budget in the past legislative cycle and was unanimously approved by both chambers of the legislature throughout session. What makes up the Nevada Health Authority is a combination of all of the agencies within the state that either purchase or procure health insurance for Nevadans. So you'll see the logos listed here, and we'll spend some more time talking about them. But what that means is our Public Employee Benefits Program, our State Health Insurance Exchange, which is called the Nevada Health Link, our Division of Nevada Medicaid, and the Battle Born State Plan, which is a low-cost public option that is available on the exchange. If you move to the next slide, the Nevada Health Authority was created. Previously, we were part of the Division of Health and Human Services. And so this change separated these two agencies into the Division of Human Services and the Nevada Health Authority. So you'll see here listed the agencies that are part of the Division of Human Services. This includes the Division of Children and Family Services, the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, the Division of Social Services. This is a new name. It was formerly called the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, as well as the Division of Aging and Disability Services, our colleagues that are here and will be presenting shortly as well. We continue to work incredibly closely with each of these divisions, but the intent is really to align the health efforts of the state government into two categories. One at the Division of Human Services that provides direct care and supportive services, public benefits to eligible Nevadans, and within the Health Authority to provide access to the healthcare coverage and services that promote the health and well-being of Nevadans. So wanted to give that framing on what this looks like before I move to an important question, which is, why did this change happen? If you move to the next slide, you'll see this is a quote from Governor Lombardo's State of the State address, but the intent is really to help the state of Nevada capitalize on its strong purchasing power when it comes to health insurance and get a better deal for taxpayers, all while offering better insurance options for eligible Nevadans. I think what's important to know is, how does this connect to our overall mission and vision? So what you'll see here, at the highest level, our vision is for a healthy and thriving Nevada, where healthcare is affordable and reliable for all. To do so, we have to ensure that all Nevadans have access to reliable care by leveraging our state's purchasing power, streamlining our programs and services, and using that power to drive better quality and innovation. Those values that guide everything we do include public service, fiscal discipline, and accountable leadership. I recognize that's a lot of high-level words, and so I'm excited to share a little bit of detail on what that actually looks like in practice and what we've been working on. But before I do, I think it's important to ground ourselves in the reality of where our health outcomes are in the state of Nevada right now. You'll see in that blue rectangle, this is the scorecard based on national data that assesses where we rank as a state in comparison to the other 49 states in the District of Columbia. That's why it's possible to be 51st, because the District of Columbia is included in that list. And you'll see there, we are not where any of us would like to be, right? We are near the bottom of many of these lists related to maternal health outcomes, to coverage, and to care quality and prevention. And so the intent of the Health Authority is to build on the existing strong efforts of our state agencies to improve that and to move the needle on where we are as a state in terms of our overall health care. So our goal, first and foremost, is to improve our performance on key health indicators. While doing so, also we recognize the need to ensure the fiscal sustainability of all of these coverage programs. We know healthcare is incredibly expensive and costs continue to rise, and so how do we think about this structure in a way that allows us to maintain a sustainable model for Nevada? We also recognize that the state itself faces severe workforce challenges. That's one of those areas in which we are 51st in the country. And so how do we think creatively and by aligning the efforts, and I'll share a couple examples of what we're trying, to make our workforce better align with the needs of our community. And lastly, we'll talk about driving better value, coordination, and innovation. Those are some big words, but it's really intended to capture the ways that we can coordinate everything we're doing at the state to negotiate with payers and result in some outcomes that we want to see in terms of better healthcare and more affordable healthcare for Nevadans. So we'll talk numbers briefly. You'll see in the slide, 1 in 3 people in Nevada are covered by a program that falls within the Nevada Health Authority. So that's a pretty significant purchasing power or leverage if you think about that in the state. The largest program is our Medicaid program, in which nearly 800,000 people receive healthcare coverage through our Medicaid and children's health insurance programs. We have just over 100,000 people that access coverage through our HealthLink or the exchange, so they're purchasing individual coverage in that way. And we have 70,000 state employees that are covered through our public employee benefits program. This scale looks a little bit different depending on who we're talking about in terms of our community members. Our highest coverage from the Medicaid perspective is for kids in our state. 1 in 2 births in Nevada are covered by Medicaid, and nearly 1 in 2 kids across our state also receive their healthcare insurance through our Medicaid program. So I hope that kind of sets up what the overall framing and intent is of our work. I want to share a few more specific examples of what the future state of where that rocket ship is going, what that looks like for 3 groups of people. First, for healthcare providers in the state. I was excited to hear the backgrounds of a few folks on this committee that are part of the healthcare program or previously worked as healthcare providers, and I thank you for your service. It's an incredibly challenging role, and we recognize we don't always make it easy from a state perspective to know how to navigate enrolling and credentialing, which means getting enrolled with our health insurance plans. And so the intent is for all the programs within the Nevada Health Authority to streamline it. So that way our providers can really focus on serving the patients that are in front of them and not having to think about all the different boxes to check depending on who is paying that bill. So I'm happy to speak to any details on what some of these changes are, but there's a lot of work being done to make this process more streamlined for providers, which we recognize also makes things better for us as patients because they're able to devote more time to patient care. The next group that has impact from this work is, most importantly, us as Nevadans. And so if you go back one slide, there we go, perfect. You'll see we're doing a lot to try to think about how do we connect people to care in a more straightforward way and in also a way that they can access really easily from whatever format works for them. I appreciated the conversation about how our seniors don't always have access to a laptop or a phone, and so what we're trying to do is ensure that folks can enroll in Medicaid through both those phone and online eligibility platforms, but also still through in-person offices as they can right now and through paper forms to ensure the maximum accessibility of our services. We also recognize folks' income changes quite frequently across our state, and so how do we ensure that that is not a disruptive process when folks gain or lose a different type of employment? How can we connect their coverage across all of the different options that we have, whether that be Medicaid, a public option, a lower cost program, or through the exchange? And so we're really trying to allow folks to make and be empowered as consumers and know how their plans rank, to publish quality scores and to better equip people to make a decision for a plan that works best for them. The last piece I'll share here is related to purchasing. So this is perhaps the more nebulous one, but I think is really important and I know is of key interest here. It's really about how do we use that bargaining power, that purchasing power, to negotiate a better deal for our state. So like I said, 1 in 3 Nevadans covered by health authority programs is a very significant negotiating power. We're learning a lot from other states that have pursued this health authority approach on how best we can do that. And so we'll be sharing a lot more details in the coming months as we work with some national experts on how to use that health authority model to simplify programs for both our Nevadan consumers and for providers. So a lot more exciting things to happen on that front. But I'm excited to share more specifically what does this mean in terms of our new health authority and our partnership with our older adult community? And so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Kirsten, who will share a little bit more about our partnership with our colleagues, as I mentioned, at Aging and Disability Services, as well as a few bills from the last legislative session that we've been implementing. So Kirsten, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Ann. Kirsten Quillen for the record. So as Ann mentioned, for several years, Nevada Medicaid was in the same department as Aging and Disability and Child and Family Services. And so although we are now in separate houses, in essence, we still consider them a very close partner. And we will continue all of the same activities that we did before. We continue those activities with them now. And so we just have it structured through our activities are formalized through an interlocal agreement contract, and we thought it might be helpful to delineate what those activities look like. So again, no changes, but this just gives you an overview of what the work that we do. So for Nevada Medicaid, we actually quote unquote administer our home and community-based services programs that we receive federal funding for and have the state match. And so what that administration means is that we're responsible for developing what those programs look like in partnership with Aging and Disability, but we're responsible for submitting those official paperwork to the Centers for CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. We also are responsible for submitting federal reporting on the outcomes of those programs, what those programs look like. And then we also have oversight for the providers that are rendering those services in the community, what those provider activities are doing, and that quality assurance. And so we have that oversight. And then our partners at ADSD, they're really operating the program. And what operations means is that they are determining the eligibility for our waiver program. So there's a financial eligibility component that they work closely with the newly named Division of Social Services, but they're working on determining if the individual at the minimum qualification qualifies for our waivers, which is an institutional level of care. So they have that hard work of working with all the individuals that are coming through their front door. And then once an individual has been determined eligible for the waiver, then they also are managing the waiver slots and wait lists. And then lastly, they have training components for the case managers for the waiver. So that's a really high level. I think that they might have some overview in their presentation, and happy to answer questions later on what that looks like in more detail. So in terms of impactful legislation, so we really, for Nevada Medicaid, Senate Bill 207, which is also known as PACE, and the spelled out acronym is Program for All-Inclusive Care of the Elderly, was a big win, I think, for Nevada Medicaid. And although PACE was, for those that might have been around a while, it actually was in the statute in Aging and Disability Services chapter for Nevada, but there wasn't any funding ever appropriated for it. And so this opportunity that we received through Senate Bill 207, Senator Taylor's bill, gave us that last missing piece to be able to have funding to support that program. And so what PACE is it's really kind of a bundled comprehensive program for seniors that have Medicare and Medicaid services. So not necessarily new services, just structured in a new way that makes it more streamlined for seniors so that they don't have to work with multiple individual providers to get their services. So, for example, those bundled services include physician services. It's in a center setting with therapists and nurse and social worker. There's transportation included. So rather than having to make an appointment with an individual physician and make an appointment with an individual therapist and go to a adult daycare center that has limited services, work for their transportation, that's all kind of bundled together in a setting. There are some criteria for that program. So an individual would have to be 55 and older. Again, would need to qualify to be in a nursing facility. Doesn't mean that they necessarily have to be, but they would need those nursing facility type services, but could live successfully in the community with wraparound supports. And then those services are received, as I sort of mentioned, through this interdisciplinary team, which I think is the key for PACE, is having all of those individual practitioners talking together, coming together to try to assist that individual in managing their care. So there's several PACE organizations throughout the U.S., Nevada. I can't, off the top of my head, I don't know. We're not the last state to have PACE, but there's certainly a lot of states that have some lessons learned that we're going to be looking at ways that we can set up our program. And then all of the funding is in a capitated model, meaning it's all kind of bundled. So that makes it easier for the providers as well. In terms of our implementation efforts for PACE, so we are working with, we did get funding to receive for a consultant, and I will manage my own slides. I thought I had some information on that. Yeah, so unlike the other Medicaid services, PACE is a little bit different in terms that it's a three-way contract with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, the PACE organization, and Medicaid. So it's definitely a bit more complicated than our traditional Medicaid services. So because of that, we'll have several opportunities that several activities that we need to walk through in order before we can say that PACE is really open for business, essentially. So the first is that we're going to contract with a consultant for technical assistance. So as I mentioned, there's a lot of states that have already had their growing pains with PACE, and they've already kind of figured out some key components that work really well. And so that's where we want to have those lessons from the other states and learn ways that we can maybe avoid those and set up the best PACE for Nevada. So we're hoping that having that opportunity to have technical assistance with a consultant that's worked in other states will really get us further down the path than we would be without having that technical assistance. So that's really number one. We're in the process of finalizing those proposals for the technical assistance consultant, so that's exciting. And then really that next step is, once we have that consultant on board, is we want to have a stakeholder engagement. And so certainly happy to pass that information on to Mr. Ashton of when we post that public workshop, what we call a public workshop stakeholder engagement, so that he can share that with the forum members. So if you have time and are able to attend, so that you can hear our next steps for implementation and what we're considering for designing the program, we'd love to have you attend. Those are typically through a Teams meeting, similar to a setup like this. And so that stakeholder engagement will allow us to share information with the public about where we're at in the process, but really the purpose is for us to solicit feedback from interested individuals of how we should set up PACE in Nevada. There's certain parameters of the program are set, but there are other areas that have some flexibility in how the program is delivered. And so we would love feedback from providers in our community that are doing these services now. We've had a lot of interest from outside PACE entities in other states that will bring their expertise in, but we also want to know of existing providers in Nevada that are interested in joining considerations for how that should be designed. So we always appreciate stakeholder engagement so that we're setting up the program really for the end users of the program, which is our Nevadans on Medicaid. So in addition to that, that third next step is that we're going to do a request for proposal to select the PACE organizations. And so that's important because, there is a lot of interest in PACE organizations, but we want to make sure that we are authorizing that contract to the best qualified and the best fit, and making sure that we have PACE organizations that are going to fulfill the need, but within our constraints of what the appropriations that we did receive. So we'll be doing that fair and equitable selection for a PACE organization through that request for proposal. And then the fourth step is that, so we'll essentially do the paperwork to submit to CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, to be able to ask federal permission to implement PACE. So that is a big component of having that paperwork piece. And then lastly is really just kind of the more technical, making changes to our current Medicaid billing system. Because PACE is new, we don't have that essential component for a PACE organization to bill. So that's kind of maybe a little more technical, but also a needed component. So lots of steps involved, lots of little sub steps in there too, but that's kind of the high level. And so our current, and I have tentative in there because, moving target, but our tentative timeline for releasing a request for proposal will hopefully be early next year. And so love to keep you updated as helpful on where we're at for PACE. So then the next thing that I understand the forum members had some questions on is our structured family caregiver waiver. So not new this session. This was a new waiver that was authorized the prior session in 2023 for Assembly Bill 208. And so traditionally, we've had 3 waivers, one targeted to the population of the frail elderly, physically disabled, and individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So this is our 4th waiver that we implemented, and this one is targeted to individuals that have a diagnosis of dementia-related conditions and that would need immediate placement in an institutional setting without HCBS. And so these services, while it doesn't look like a lot because there's only 3 listed, there are a lot of services that are available. And so it's really, I'll start with the bundled rate for personal care services. So really all of those services that an individual might be receiving now. So again, similar services, just bundled in a different way, like PACEs. The structured family caregiver waiver, the intent is to have a family caregiver be able to be reimbursed for all the services that they're doing that perhaps they're not getting reimbursed now, or they're getting reimbursed in kind of a siloed way across multiple different services. And so the personal care services for the activities of daily living, that's the bathing, dressing, grooming, assistance with eating, and the instrumental activities of daily living, so the laundry, housekeeping, meal, shopping. So all of those are kind of all bundled together. But in addition to that, we also have respite for that caregiver, because the intent of this waiver is different than a little bit of our other waivers, and that would be essentially a live-in caregiver that would be providing those 24-hour supports, which is why it's structured in a bundled way. And so the respite is an absolute key component so that there's not caregiver burnout, which I'm sure I don't have to tell you all about. That is such a vital component of having that respite for that caregiver. And so that is a service that's offered, and then case management. And then one of the unique things I will say about this this waiver is that it is the caregivers themselves have to receive 65% of the Medicaid reimbursement. So in the 23 session, we did, the legislators did authorize a minimum wage mandate for our other personal care-like services. That's $16 of the $25 Medicaid rate. And so this kind of went along those lines as well, to say that the caregiver, because they're doing the majority of the work, really should be reimbursed at that 65%. So So that's in terms of our waiver. We were authorized for 100 slots, and so we are kind of slowly building that waiver. We're slowly getting providers on board and working with trying to have a case manager on board. And so, so still more to come on that, but and happy to come back at another time too to give more details. But I would say, you know, as new programs come, it takes a minute to kind of get those started. So. And then lastly, really to follow Shane and Jeff, you know, for our home delivered meals, I know, I think we did presentations for the forum last interim about our home delivered meals program. And so this is really just an update. Originally, during COVID, there was the American Rescue Plan Act funding that Nevada Medicaid took advantage of. And we did a couple of expansions to our services during that COVID era. And so what we did is that we added home delivered meals to the frail elderly waiver. So that was available during the COVID time. And so because the COVID funding then ended when the public health emergency ended, we did officially add home delivered meals to our frail elderly waiver as of April of 2024. So just as background, traditionally home delivered meals was only available to individuals on our physically disabled waiver, but certainly we know there's a lot of homebound seniors. And so this was a great opportunity to be able to add home delivered meals through temporary COVID funding, but then also making it permanent. And then during COVID, as one of those COVID activities, we also had a rate study by a consultant that helped us really examine the majority of our home and community-based services rates and the rate structure that we have. And so one of the outcomes of that study was to looked at evaluated home delivered meals, and our rate was $5 historically, I think for maybe a decade. I could be wrong on that, but quite a long time, longer than it probably should have been. And so one of the recommendations of that study was that we should increase the home delivered meals rate. So the recommendation was to increase it to $10.31. So in essence, doubling it. And so that is something that we were able to thankfully absorb in our budget prior to going out to session in 2025. So we were able to offer our home delivered meals provider that doubled rate beginning in November 18th of 2024. And we do currently have 5 home delivered meal providers. And then I think one of my last slides, so the last slide I have is I understand that forum members wanted some information on what some of our residential services look like. So for our frail elderly waiver, we do also have, I will just share that we do have residential services in our physically disabled waiver as well. But speaking just our specific or for elderly waiver, we do offer residential services for individuals who need that 24-hour supports, but that can safely remain in a community setting. So in Medicaid, there's tiers of residential. So there's community-based residential, which would be essentially like a group home assisted living. And then we also cover, Nevada Medicaid covers nursing facility, but that's our kind of last stop, highest level, residential service available. So this number of recipients, I will clarify, is the number of recipients on our for elderly waiver. So the 3,468, that is individuals on our waiver completely. Individuals that are in, and I didn't have it at the time of this slide, but I have it now. So the number of individuals that are in our residential setting now is 788. So about 23% of our recipients on our for elderly waiver are in a residential setting. So that's good news because the majority, I would say, are in their home independently with those wraparound services. And so, so of our number of residential providers that are in that group home setting, we have 190, and then there's 2,907 beds. So I will just clarify that those, little under 3,000 beds. They're not all Medicaid beds. They're just beds that are licensed in Nevada. And so I think maybe one of the questions might be, but happy to hear from you all as well, is, do we have enough assisted living group homes residential beds for our individuals on our for elderly waiver? And so wanted to kind of share that, that ratio of that. We do have plenty, we have plenty of beds, and we only have 23% at this time, moving target, 23% of the individuals that are needing residential services. That's not to say that there's not, ongoing challenges with placement issues, and our partners at Aging and Disability can share that as well that they're seeing. But these are the numbers that we wanted to share, and I think that we're open for questions.
Members, because we are running long on our presentations, we are going to limit everyone to one question. I'm going to go to Carson City first. Mr. Smith, if you could let us know if anybody up there has questions, then we will go. Hello?
Yes, I've got you here.
Then we will go to the persons on Zoom. On your computer, you have a little hand. If you would click on that, if you have a question, we'll be able to see if you have questions. And then we will go to members here in Las Vegas. Try to limit your questions, please, because like I said, we are running really long on time for our presentations. Mr. Smith, is there anyone in Carson City with questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Hello, Kathy Doyle here, Senate District 16. My question is, I know you talked about the PACE program that will help provide care in homes or group homes. It says provide nursing facility level. Would that ever apply to going into a nursing facility or even a senior residence, some of which can be rather expensive? But would they be able to do that under this program?
Kirsten Coulomb for the record. Excellent question. Yes, actually, that's what's a little bit more unique about the PACE program is that PACE organization does have to cover nursing facility services. So theoretically, there should be that kind of continuity of care for that recipient to work with those PACE providers that they are familiar with in the community. When they are placed in the nursing facility, they certainly would be able to have the opportunity to work with them. The goal is always to have the individual in the least restrictive environment integrated into the community. And so, but if they need those services, yes, it would be available through PACE as well.
Anyone else in Carson City, Mr. Smith?
Nope, I think we're all good here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. For those on Zoom, I don't see any of the little hands up on your computer. I'm sorry, there is one. Dr. Schonkweiler, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Gwen Schonkweiler, District 15. The PACE services, the PACE program that you're talking about that has recently been implemented, many of the services that you mentioned, do they fall under the Medicaid optional services? I attended a presentation recently in Reno from a family caregiver of a disabled adult, and she was pointed out that so many of these optional services that Medicaid is currently providing were part of the Medicaid reductions that are from H.R. 1. Could you address any concerns you may have about future funding and what may be going away due to the cuts from H.R. 1?
Madam Chair, committee members, Ann Jensen for the record. Thank you, Dr. Schonkweiler, for that question. You're right to point out the way the regulatory landscape works for Medicaid is there are required, mandatory benefits, and optional benefits. And there's a lot of detail on what falls into which, and those were defined in 1967. So you'll recognize our healthcare system is somewhat evolved. There's things in that optional list that may be a bit surprising. However, to your overall point, we do not anticipate any planned changes to optional benefits as a result of H.R. 1 at the time in Nevada. The impacts of the federal legislation are primarily along the lines of eligibility, changes to eligibility requirements, as well as to our hospital tax funding program, which actually funds more of our children's behavioral health services. And so we're looking internally at ways that we can continue to fund those long term as we have a few years until those impacts are felt. But at this time, we do not anticipate making any changes to optional benefits that are covered. And so the PACE program as designed is continuing to move forward. Appreciate the question.
Thank you. Any questions in Las Vegas? Dr. Jordan?
First, I would like to say, ladies, that we congratulate you on the new health authority. Sounds exciting. My question is about the goals to achieve the mission. Have you completed a strategic plan that moves from goals, which are broad, to objectives, which are specific actions that are measurable in order to improve the state's performance on the key health indicators?
Madam Chair, committee members, Ann Jensen for the record. Thank you, Dr. Jordan, for the question. And as an aside, I would like to compliment your hat. I think we are well coordinated today. But I do appreciate the question, and it is absolutely a process that we are going through as a leadership team. We actually met in July, right after the Health Authority was formed, to begin to develop those objectives and tie specific metrics to each one of them. So the plan is for those to be available publicly in early 2026, where we'll get stakeholder feedback, and then we'll begin to actually publish data on our progress towards achieving those metrics. So I appreciate your focus on how do we ensure those continue to get really specific and we can track them and know that that is a high priority for us internally, and we look forward to your feedback as those are shared in the coming months.
I thank you for that, because I think that we all need to see some growth that takes place, some achievements that are a result of this new authority. And down the road, I'd really like to know that we are making some achievements. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas? Question from Ms. Levitt?
This is Peggy Levitt, for the record, from Senate District 20. My question is on the home delivered meals. I'm from Boulder City, and we, through our senior center, deliver meals every day to people who are unable to get out and get meals or can't afford them. Anyway, I was wondering how this operates, where you have the home delivered meals, and if they get meals every day, or if they get meals delivered just once a week and then get frozen meals the rest of the week. I know in Henderson, they have Meals on Wheels. It operates differently than it does in Boulder City. In Las Vegas, I understand that Catholic Charities does the Meals on Wheels. So I was trying to figure out where you operate, or if you operate in conjunction with established home delivered meals, because I know I personally deliver meals to people who I would consider very frail and elderly.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Kirsten Cohen for the record. So I think that is an excellent question and not uncommon probably for confusion of how home delivered meals are set up in Nevada. Our partners at Aging and Disability, they have Older Americans Act grants for home delivered meals. Nevada Medicaid has home delivered meals for Medicaid specific eligible individuals. So if it would be helpful, and I think we've done this in the past, but if it would be helpful, I think we can work on providing a follow-up of kind of a structure of how home delivered meals are authorized in Nevada. We could add contact information, kind of like a one-pager, to be able to hopefully dispel some confusion for that. And because I think you sound like you're very knowledgeable and understand, but I'm sure there's a lot of other members that in the community that want to know where to go for resources. And so if that's permissible, we can work on that as a follow-up item to be able to kind of show what Medicaid does, what the home delivered meals through the Older Americans Act funding, and ADSD can please correct me if I said anything wrong. But I think that might be a helpful follow-up to have that in like a big picture way.
Thank you very much.
I don't see anyone else with their hand up, so thank you, Ms. Jensen and Ms. Columba. We will now move on to the next agenda. Agenda item 6, overview and updates regarding federal and state programs or services for seniors and legislation of the 83rd legislative session impacting seniors. We will have a presentation from Ms. Cheyenne Pasquale, Agency Manager of the Aging and Disability Service Divisions of the Department of Human Services. We will take questions from the members at the conclusion of her presentation. Ms. Kwasapali, please begin when you are ready.
Thank you. Before I begin, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Ricky Robb in Carson City.
Good afternoon. My name is Ricky Robb, and I serve as the Administrator for Aging and Disability Services. I wanted to just do a brief introduction. I am new to this forum. It's been about 10 years since I've been in front of this forum, so I just wanted to introduce myself as the new Administrator. My predecessor, Dina Schmidt, had been here prior, and so just wanted to make sure you guys had my name and face. And then I'm support staff today, and I'm excited that Cheyenne Pasquale is on as our agency manager, and we'll do our presentation. But what I wanted to do also, as you heard earlier today from Jeff Duncan, he is actually her predecessor. So we've had a lot of changes at Aging and Disability Services, and I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware that we might have some new names in some familiar positions. But we're here as Aging and Disability Services to support you, provide the information that you need, and just know that we're here. So again, I'm support staff today, but I wanted to make sure that I had a good introduction with all of you and that you know that we're available for you at any time. So I will turn it back over to Cheyenne. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. So as Ricky said, my name is Cheyenne Pasquale, and I serve as the agency manager in the Office of Community Living. We'll do agency updates and some overview of agency programs this afternoon. But before I start, I'd also like to acknowledge and thank all of my colleagues that helped bring this presentation together and are here in the audience as a phone a friend if I shall need it. So for today, we're going to go through just kind of basic information about our agency and an overview of our programs and services. And then we'll talk a little bit more about the home and community-based waiver services that Kirsten kind of did an introduction to. We'll talk about legislation from the 83rd session that impacts older adults, provide some brief budget updates, and then a few brief updates on federal and state impacts to services. So this slide has our mission and vision statement. I will say that earlier this year, ADSD launched a new campaign updating our branding, including our mission and vision statement to more accurately reflect what we do. In essence, it boils down to our mission being to empower Nevadans of all ages and abilities to live independently by connecting them with essential services and resources. ADSD serves people of all ages with disabilities, older adults, and family caregivers. Then on slide 5, this slide is just a listing of all of the programs that ADSD has for older adults, and we're going to go through each one of these in a little bit more detail. So first up is the Adult Protective Services Program. This program investigates reports of abuse, neglect, self-neglect, exploitation, isolation, and abandonment for older adults and individuals, adults age 18 to 59 that have a physical or mental incapacitation or has one or more physical or mental limitations that restrict the ability of the person to perform normal activities of daily living. The contact information here is to report a case of vulnerable adult abuse, and any person may report an incident of abuse if they have a reasonable cause to believe that a vulnerable adult has been abused, neglected, exploited, isolated, or abandoned. All information received as a result of a report is confidential as outlined in state law. The Vulnerable Adult Fatality Review Committee was established in the 2023 legislature. And it was a collaborative effort started by the Adult Protective Services Program, the Chief Advocacy Attorney, and the Office of the Attorney General. The purpose of the committee is to review deaths of vulnerable adults, to identify systemic issues and gaps in services, to recommend improvements in policy, practice, and coordination among agencies. So it's a multidisciplinary collaboration. There are analyses of cases and contributing factors and missed intervention opportunities, looking at developing actionable recommendations to prevent future deaths and improve outcomes for vulnerable adults, and then promoting best practices and training to strengthen protective systems statewide. Developmental services empowers individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families at every stage of life. They offer a variety of services to support individuals and their families. This can include in-home services, employment and vocational training, respite, and many other services. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, that is next up on your agenda, so I'm not going to go in depth with that. I will just say that this program is dedicated to ensuring that residents of long-term care facilities receive the highest quality of care and support. It is a vital program to help enhance the well-being of long-term care residents across the state. And more from Sierra in a few. Next, we have the Office of Consumer Health Assistance, otherwise known as OCHA, helps Nevada residents to navigate their healthcare rights and responsibilities. They can help individuals understand eligibility, appeal rights, quality of care concerns, and medical billing concerns. They also offer resources for uninsured and underinsured to access healthcare and prescription medication assistance. This program is listed on all of your explanation of benefits from your health insurance company. So there's a small fine, the fine print at the bottom of your explanation of benefits for that has its contact information. Next is the Office of Community Living. The Office of Community Living provides intake and eligibility for a variety of state programs, as well as Medicaid waivers for older adults and people with physical disabilities. The Office of Community Living also provides case management services for these programs. In addition, we offer services to support people who are deaf, hard of hearing, or who have a speech disability, as well as a number of community services to support individuals in their communities, such as transportation, respite, home delivered meals, etc. The Office of Community Living also oversees the state's information and referral line, Nevada 211, and the state's navigation program, Nevada Care Connection, which helps individuals navigate the programs and services that are available to help them remain in the community. And last but not least, we have the Attorney for the Rights of Older Persons and Persons with a Physical Disability, Intellectual Disability, or Developmental Disability. We like to call this person the Advocacy Rights Attorney. The Advocacy Rights Attorney provides technical assistance, education, and training to the division and directs legislative and regulatory policy advocacy for individual rights. This position also serves as a hearing officer for grievances by individuals residing in facilities. And additionally, the attorney serves as the state legal assistance developer, overseeing legal services offered to older adults under the Federal Older Americans Act. It is important to note that this position serves as an advocate to protect the rights of older adults and people with disabilities. It is not an attorney for ADSD. Okay, next we'll talk a little bit more about the three waivers that are serving individuals who are older adults. And so the first one is the frail elderly waiver. So this is specifically for individuals age 65 and older. The next one is the waiver for persons with physical disabilities. So this serves any individual of all ages who has a documented disability. And then the newest waiver that our colleagues at Medicaid talked about, which is the structured family caregiver waiver. And this waiver is targeting individuals who have a diagnosis of dementia or related condition. Each of these waivers offer case management as well as a variety of services to support older adults and people with disabilities who qualify. As we learned in the last presentation, Medicaid administers these waivers, really meaning they set the policy related to the waivers and the federal paperwork, while ADSD operates them. ADSD only provides case management services for the frail elderly waiver and the waiver for persons with physical disabilities. We are not a case management provider for the structured family caregiver waiver. Okay, so next let's talk about where we're at with the waivers in our wait lists. So this slide shows each of the 3 waivers, how many people are currently enrolled in the waiver, the wait list for them, and then the slots that were funded in state fiscal year 26 and 27. And then the very last column is the available slots. So these are the number of people that will be enrolling in the waivers over this course of this biennium. You will see that the structured family caregiver waiver has no individuals being served, and there isn't a wait list right now. And that's primarily because Medicaid is working on getting a case management provider enrolled to support those individuals in that waiver. Okay, next, a big topic in today's forum, food security and nutrition services. So in state fiscal year 2024, ADSD received a state general fund allocation of $299,000 for food security programs. With this funding, we provide subawards to community partners for food pantry services, as well as farmers market coupon administration. In addition, in state fiscal year 2024, ADSD provided subawards to community partners totaling $10.7 million for nutrition services. This includes home delivered meals, meals in congregate settings, nutrition counseling, education, and assessment. Our funding for these nutrition services comes from the Older Americans Act Title III-C and from state general funds. I do want to note that for our home delivered meals and congregate meal programs, these figures are from state fiscal year 2024. We award these funds on a federal fiscal year. So for federal fiscal year 2026, our funding availability has been reduced to about $10.1 million. Additionally, for our home delivered meal program, our rate per meal is $3.90 per meal. And our fixed fee rate for congregate meals is $3.40 per meal. Moving on to the 83rd legislative session and bills impacting older adults. I will say that most of these bills on these next 2 slides are bills that do not require direct action by ADSD. Rather, we included them in our presentation today as informational only for you. So AB 65 is specific to updating guardianship laws and revising investigative services related to guardianship. AB 161 updates the rights of patients of hospice care and affirms certain standards of care. AB 202 expands consumer protections for individuals with dental coverage. AB 343 requires hospitals to publicly disclose pricing for goods and services. AB 368 allows for video cameras and other communication devices in their private rooms. in a variety of facilities. On the next slide, the first three bills on this slide, slide 17, are being implemented in either in whole or in part by ADSD. So AB 442 ensures that the state makes timely payments to subrecipients. So this is a bill that's impacting all state agencies and all subawards, and requiring that we make reimbursements to our subrecipients, our grantees, within 30 days. And if we're not able to make those payments within 30 days, making sure that we provide notice of that delay. So that just kind of helps our nonprofit partners and our community partners with their state funding. AB 461 requires ADSD to increase awareness of long-term care planning resources and provide assistance to individuals in this pilot program. And then SB 8 is really just revises terminology in the ADSD Nevada revised statutes, changing a term from of related conditions to developmental disability for clarity. And then the final three bills on this slide are also just informational. And so this is SB 60 expands penalties for violations against older adults or vulnerable persons. SB 299 requires senior living community referral agencies, for example, A Place for Mom, to register with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, ensuring access to reliable, accountable referral services. And then SB 494 established the Nevada Health Authority, which we just heard about. Okay, in terms of budget updates, this slide shows the various budget accounts that we have within ADSD, at least the ones that provide services to older adults or people with physical disabilities. It also shows the budgeted funding in state fiscal year 2025, so the last biennium, and then the funding in the next 2 fiscal years. You can see across the table and across the various ADSD budgets, we had both some wins and losses. One item that I would like to note is that in budget account 3278, this is our planning, advocacy, and community grants budget. It appears that there was a significant reduction in our budget, but that reduction is really coming from significant or from the expiration of ARPA funding, as well as reduction in a few of our smaller categories. But the big reductions, the $14 million, that's really ARPA funding that has gone away. So. And then last but not least, when we put this PowerPoint presentation together a few days ago, just looking at some of our state and federal and state impacts to services. One of the biggest things that we're looking at right now is the Older Americans Act. So our Older American Act funding, which includes services like transportation, nutrition, caregiver support, homemaker. There's some funding for adult protective services, long-term care ombudsman, legal services. That Older Americans Act has not been reauthorized by Congress yet. The authorization for the Older Americans Act expired in 2024. And new legislation has not been passed to authorize that act. That being said, appropriations have continued at least through federal fiscal year 2025. We do not have any appropriations from Congress for fiscal year 2026 at this point in time. We're also closely working with our Nevada Medicaid partners and watching federal changes to Medicaid and eligibility that will have impact on older adults with lower income. Additionally, there's recent changes to Medicare policy, including reductions in provider reimbursement rates and restrictions on telehealth that are resulting in increased provider shortage and limited access to critical healthcare services. On, I guess, a closing note, a bit of good news. We did, as a division, have a lot of funding from federal Coronavirus American Rescue Plan Act funds, and specifically the fiscal recovery funds from the governor's finance office. And one of our projects that we just wanted to highlight today is a project that we had to provide. It was a capacity building project to expand bed availability for adults age 65 and older, or individuals age 18 and plus with physical disabilities in residential facilities for groups. At the end of this project, by March of 2026, we will have been able to add 180 additional beds to those facilities. So with that, I will open it up for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. And I also wanted to thank you very much for adding phone numbers and email contacts for these different entities. We do appreciate that very much. Mr. Smith, are there anyone with questions in Carson City?
No, Madam Chair, we're all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom? I don't see any hands up. Questions from Las Vegas? Dr. Jordan?
Good afternoon. My question is about your budget updates. I looked at this carefully and reviewed it and have some major concerns. Senior medications for disabilities and our seniors are going up every day. And in your budget, they're going down. Could you explain that?
Certainly. The Senior RX and Disability RX program is funded by Funds for Healthy Nevada. And the Funds for Healthy Nevada saw a reduction in funding this biennium. So we are working closely with the director's office as we go into budget planning for the next biennium, as well as looking at other funding opportunities to help support prescription assistance programs in that budget.
So that's the answer for the budget going down then?
Yes, we don't control the Funds for Healthy Nevada. That is given to us by the director's office based on available funding in that fund. And so the reductions came like right at the beginning of the, Ricky, are you?
Ricky Robb for the record. So keeping in mind the Fund for Healthy Nevada is based on the tobacco settlement funding. And so one of the main things on that settlement is to reduce the use. So when we reduce the use or when they have alternatives, that settlement funding is less. So we've definitely seen that reduction in the actual settlement funding, so the availability is less. I don't have the specific on the dollars, but I could certainly work with the director's office and get that information to you if you'd like that follow-up. But that is where the Senior RX is 100% funded through the Fund for Healthy Nevada tobacco settlement. So with those funding being slightly less, those programs do have those reductions. I hope that helps.
Yes, it helps, but you can see that that is something that's major for many of our seniors needing medications and having moving into mental health and so many other things that we need to have that money back. So what steps are you taking to be able to, recoup some of that funding?
Ricky Robb for the record. Again, this is through our budgetary process, which is obviously through the governor's finance office as well as the legislative process. We have not started that process yet. Going in, well, we actually have started it, but we're not quite there on the funding options. But we are in conversations with the director's office to determine alternative funding. But at this point in time, for this particular biennium, we are unable to add any additional funding because it was not funded through the legislative process. But we are certainly looking at that for the future biennium.
Right. I also wanted to have asked the question of how fast is the wait list moving?
Ricky Robb for the record, can you clarify which wait list?
Oh, the wait list. Yeah, that's got 2,000 people on there. The wait list that has 2,174 people that are on wait list under Medicaid waivers.
So this is Cheyenne Pasquale for the record. So we only have about 349 slots available to fund. So there will still be a significant wait list as we process new applications to fill those 349 slots. Our team has been processing applications since July 1 and enrolling people into the waiver. I'll have to follow up with how many of those 349 slots are filled as of today.
I honestly just feel that that's a lot of people on a list that have no direction and have to wait. What's the wait period for the most part?
Cheyenne Pasquale for the record. Right now, it is a couple of years.
Couple of years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Chair, one question. Once a report is filed or of abuse or suspected, how long does it take before the actual investigation starts? I find that there's a great deal of abuse of seniors, and especially for those who have no family ties here in Nevada. They may be out of state, and many of them die, 1 out of 6, I believe, in our state, intestate, without a hospital directive, without any wills, trust, etc. In fact, I know of a particular case, and then someone files for guardianship, and then the facility, after even the guardianship was approved, was not even investigated. What happened at that time, there was no palliative care there. The individual who had the dementia fell, and they had to call the 911. The situation and the home itself was so bad that 911, even after resuscitating the individual, not lay them in the home. They had to take them to a hospice facility. And even after that, the guardianship people would not pay the hospice facility. That individual did have money, but I even tried, to be honest with you, to help. And because of certain regulations, there was nothing I could do. And even when they weren't going to, after being in the hospice facility, they were going to release her to the streets because there was no payment. I just want to know how long it takes the courts for an investigation, or when you find out that a report has been filed.
So this is Cheyenne Pasquale. I first ask if my colleague in Northern Nevada, Robin Tejada, is available to talk about the response for Adult Protective Services reports.
Ricky Robb for the record. Yes, I have Robin at the table. Thank you, Cheyenne. I think the first question we'd like to clarify, when you started that question off, you asked how long it would take and from receipt of the complaint or the concern to APS to when the start of the investigation is. And I want to just make sure we're getting the questions that you're requesting. Is that your initial question?
Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon. Robin Tejada for the record. I'm the Social Service Chief for Adult Protective Services. And we have 3 business days from the receipt of the report being screened in to start the investigation. So 3 business days.
Thank you very much. I see no other questions, so thank you, Ms. Pasquale and Ms. Robb. Appreciate your participation. Moving on to agenda item 7, presentation from the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, Housing for Seniors, and updates on investigations concerning complaints against certain long-term care facilities. We will hear from Clara Wetteland, Adult Rights Supervisor for ADSD. 4 members may ask your questions at the end of the presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Sierra Wetland, and I'm an Adult Rights Supervisor with the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program. Today we're going to go over our mission statement, who the Ombudsman Program serves, what we do, an overview of the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, legislation that was previously passed, concerns regarding housing for seniors, updates on investigation trends, and then there will be time for questions at the end. Our mission statement is, as mandated by the Older Americans Act, the mission of the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program is to seek resolution of problems and advocate for the rights of residents of long-term care facilities with the goal of enhancing the quality of life and care of residents. Our vision is that Nevadans of all ages and abilities will have meaningful lives led with dignity and self-determination. Our core values are respect, accountability, inclusivity, and advocacy. So who does the Ombudsman Program serve? We are advocates for residents of nursing homes and other similar care facilities. The Ombudsman Program provides services to residents across the lifespan. This includes residents of nursing homes or board and care facilities, such as assisted living facilities. And in these cases, residents may report to us that they are not being treated with dignity and respect. So our program can step in, help advocate, and empower the residents to be treated appropriately. We also assist family members or friends of nursing home residents. And in these cases, we can provide services and resources to those family members and for other aging and disability services programs and community partners. We also include nursing home administrators or employees with a concern for a resident at their facility. In this example, we can provide training to facility staff regarding best practices for care. We also include any individual or citizens group interested in the welfare of residents. We attend monthly resident council meetings at skilled nursing facilities, and if able, we attend family council meetings in order to engage with these various groups and identify potential complaint trends in those facilities. And lastly, we include individuals and families who are considering long-term care placement. For this example, we provide further information so individuals and their families can make informed decisions. The concerns that the Ombudsman Program addresses are violations of resident rights and dignity, physical, verbal, or mental abuse, deprivation of services necessary to maintain residents' physical and mental health, or unreasonable confinement. We also address poor quality of care, including inadequate personal hygiene and slow response to requests for assistance, or, for example, answering call lights. We also address improper transfer or discharge of a patient, which now includes residential facilities for groups as they have additional protections in those settings. And we address inappropriate use of chemical and physical restraints. And lastly, any concern related to quality of care or quality of life for our residents. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program is dedicated to ensuring that residents of long-term care facilities receive the highest quality of care and support. The Ombudsman Program advocates for those living in nursing homes and other long-term care facilities. The Ombudsman Program addresses complaints, conduct investigations, and strive to resolve issues. Our Ombudsmen also conduct visits to care centers where they speak with residents, provide available services, and offer guidance. The facility types that we enter and have authority to enter are skilled nursing facilities, which are state and federally regulated, assisted living and residential facility for groups, homes for individual residential care, intermediate care homes, and adult day programs, which are all state regulated. The Ombudsman Program also has 2 specialized units within the program: a non-complaint visit team, or as we call it, a routine visit team, and an investigation team. The non-complaint visit team conducts monthly routine visits to all facilities statewide, which includes the facility types on the slide. During our last quarter, the non-complaint visit team spoke with 10,829 residents statewide. The non-complaint visit team also participates in our resident council meetings monthly and provides training to internal and external staff and network partners. The team also participates in outreach events and reviews discharge letters to ensure residents are not being discharged to the homeless shelters. Our other unit is the investigation or our complaint visit team. This team conducts investigations when there are complaints in a long-term care setting, such as personal hygiene concerns, privacy concerns, and staffing concerns. The investigation team also investigates more complex cases such as discharge and guardianship. If needed, the investigation team can send referrals to the Healthcare Quality and Compliance and the Board of Examiners for Long-Term Care Administrators if necessary efforts by the Ombudsman have been exhausted. The Nevada State Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program is authorized by the Federal Older Americans Act. And federal law requires each state have a long-term care ombudsman program, which is managed by a state long-term care ombudsman. The program was initiated to improve the quality of care in America's nursing homes, but it was later identified that other long-term care settings needed advocacy as well, so that was implemented. Confidentiality is a cornerstone of our service. By providing ongoing support and advocacy, the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program plays a crucial role in enhancing the well-being of long-term care residents across the state. We also provide presentations regarding a variety of issues related to resident rights, discharge protections, and person-centered care practices. I did want to give an example for person-centered care. Sometimes you may see a resident who wants to be woken up at 8 a.m. and a resident who wants to be woken up at 10 a.m. Per person-centered care, each person, if they're in the same home, should be accommodated. And also on this slide is our contact information for our helpline, which is a statewide phone number. Moving on to legislation that was just passed. Assembly Bill 514 is a new provider type for rehabilitative residential mental health care settings. This bill allows the Ombudsman Program to advocate and investigate. The providers will need to apply with the Healthcare Quality and Compliance to be a provider. This is a win to support those with mental health needs to obtain services. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program will begin visiting these locations on July 1st, 2026. And Assembly Bill 368 which Cheyenne mentioned briefly earlier, is expanding on the covered facilities where residents and legal representatives have the option of using electronic communication devices. The previous bill addressed the requirements for consent for the device, including if the resident has a roommate, notification outside of the bedroom informing a device was being used. The placement of the device must not reveal any activities of daily living being performed, such as incontinence care, dressing and toileting, bathing. And this bill also covers who is authorized to disable the device, which is the Ombudsman Program, law enforcement, adult protective services, legal guardians, and attorneys. This bill was effective October 1st, 2025, and the program has already begun to receive calls from residents to assist with advocacy to have the device in place. Concerns regarding housing for seniors, which seems to be a popular topic. Cost of housing is more than most seniors can afford. Private pay cost of dependent care can range from $3,000 to $10,000 per month. Most seniors would spend any savings quickly to pay for this needed care. This has caused seniors to stay in their homes longer without services or remain on wait lists for services. The barrier with lack of providers and the increasing cost for services is something our community cannot continue to ignore. The services available through Aging and Disability Services Division, along with county programs, have allowed the gaps to be met to support seniors in their communities. Affordable housing options also continues to be a challenge Nevada needs to address with the growing senior population. Another concern is the location of housing resources. There are limited providers in our rural areas for people to remain in the communities they are from. In addition, a lack of care providers adds to the barrier of staying at home with support. This drives the need for people to move into a facility in another area away from support groups, family members, and however, many must remain on their wait list due to high private pay costs. Updates on the Ombudsman Program investigation trends. For our skilled nursing facilities, discharge remains the #1 complaint in this setting. Residents are reaching out to the Ombudsman Program regarding unsafe discharges. This typically occurs after the Medicare coverage has terminated and a safe transfer is not completed for the resident. The Ombudsman Program has assisted in filing appeals, regulatory referrals, and resolution for safety. Our next top complaint is care planning. And care planning complaints occur when the resident's needs are not being met on an individual plan. Lack of staffing can contribute to needs not being met timely or accurately. And lastly, for skilled nursing facilities, physical abuse is a top complaint and occurs between residents when there are not enough staff to provide oversight and redirection. Physical abuse between staff and residents have also been reported when staff have struck out at residents. Next, for our residential facility for groups or assisted living facilities, discharge remains in the top 5 complaints for this setting as well. There are protections for residents in group homes in regard to discharge. The resident can no longer be sent to the hospital or homeless shelter as a discharge plan. All discharges from this setting are also required, like skilled nursing facilities, to be sent to the Ombudsman Program for advocacy and assistance. Medications is the next top complaint, and this is in regard when residents are not receiving medications timely, which can cause undue pain. And lastly, food services. Food services is among our top complaints. Residents have addressed dissatisfaction with quality and quantity of food. During investigations, ombudsmen have found food with mold being served to residents, as well as a lack of food available for our residents. The program has increased oversight during our monthly routine visits. to ensure food is not spoiled and adequate amounts of food are on hand for our residents. That will conclude my presentation, and I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you. Again, we will go to Carson City first. Mr. Smith, anyone on the dais up there have questions?
Yes, we have several. Thank you.
Okay, one question, and then we have to move along. Thank you.
Chair Daniels, Senate District 14. Having been a caregiver for 11 years for my mother and then 5 years for my husband, I was unaware of these programs. Is there something where doctors are required to inform caregivers of these types of programs? Thank you.
This is Sierra Wetland for the record. I don't believe so. Mandated reporters for our program are in our facilities, skilled nursing facility staff members, residential facility for groups. They're all mandated reporters of abuse, and by that we get those reports from Adult Protective Services.
Thank you. Kathleen Doyle, District 16. Could you elaborate a little bit on the part about electronic communication devices in facilities? Do you mean their cell phones or iPads, or do you mean those home monitoring systems? What exactly does this involve?
Sierra Wetland for the record. That is a great question. It can be listening devices such as, we know baby monitors, it could be something like that, or a visual recording of the room and a camera placed somewhere in the room.
Lisa Coffran, District 17. Just a question. Why is it that the family members don't tend to the seniors in the United States of America like they do in many, many other countries? Why is that such a terrible, terrible thing that happens in this country?
Ricky Robb for the record. I wish I had that answer for you. It's quite unfortunate what we have seen with our aging population, and I think that is something for Aging and Disability Services. It's very near and dear to our hearts. That's why we're here, and our passion is to support them. Programs such as Adult Protective Services, Long-Term Care Ombudsman, that's why we're in place, right? And so it's unfortunate that that's what we're seeing in our current structure and population, but really that's what our services are here to do, is to support the individuals, not only for the individual who needs the care, but our caregivers, because our caregivers are also, working so diligently and caring for the individuals. But in our facilities, we are certainly working every day. Obviously, the healthcare care and compliance, they are the compliance side of that, and we work closely with them anytime we have a complaint or concern.
One final question from Carson. How does the public know about your findings from your inspections? Say you go out for the one with mold in the food, for example. Does any way the public know about this, or is it public knowledge at all?
Sierra Wetland for the record. That's a great question. The Ombudsman program, our routine visits are mainly kept within our program, but that's why we work closely with Healthcare Quality and Compliance, which is the regulatory licensing bureau over our facilities. And if we are not getting towards a resolution for corrections on some of these things, we send referrals to the Healthcare Quality and Compliance. And they provide surveys and survey the facility, and you can find their findings on their website.
Very good, thank you. That concludes the questions from Carson. Thank you.
Thank you. Those on Zoom, I don't see any hands up. You see any? No. Okay, we'll go now to the members in Las Vegas. Please remember one question. Mr. Slaughter?
Yes, my question is Frank Slaughter, District 11. My question is, who turns the camera on and who turns the camera off when it's patient care, especially when, of course, in private times? Who's responsible for turning it on and turning it off?
Sierra Wetland for the record. When the Ombudsman program enters into a room or the various groups that I mentioned, like law enforcement, adult protective services, we have the authority to turn off the camera. There is specific language in the bill that updates the current Nevada Revised Statute 449, which previously addressed only skilled nursing facilities. So this bill now expands it to other licensed facilities. But the bill states that the camera should not be placed in an area where private care can be viewed, and or in a general, it should be placed in a general living quarter within the room.
Thank you.
Dr. Jordan?
Marilyn Jordan, District 9, for the record. The Older American Act has not received authorized approval for its 7 title programs. Can you tell us what the status is for ongoing work with the Ombudsman program? It hasn't been, it was authorized through 2024 and it has not been reauthorized. So what's the current status?
This is Sierra Wetland for the record. I think that's a great question, and I will like to write it down and get back to you at a later date.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that because we really need to know. I mean, it's a great program, but we need to know that it's going to continue. We don't have the time dealing with it if it's not going to happen. Thanks.
This is Cheyenne Pasquale for the record. I would just add that even though the act hasn't been reauthorized, it has continued to get appropriations, at least through federal fiscal year 25. So we're anxiously awaiting to see what happens with the congressional budget for federal fiscal year 2026.
Ms. Bongiorno?
I'd like to know if there's a department that monitors these facilities.
This is Sierra Wetland for the record. That would be the Licensing Bureau, which is the Healthcare Quality and Compliance.
Seeing no other questions, we would like to thank you, Sierra, for your presentation. And we look forward to seeing you again, I'm sure. Thank you. Members of the forum, we are now going to take a 30-minute lunch break. For those of you in Carson City, your lunches are in room 3100. For those of you in Las Vegas, there's a door behind me. Your lunches will be in there. 30 minutes, please, because we are running almost an hour behind time. Thank you all.
Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2. 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 1, 2.
Foreign members, please make your way back to your seats so we can begin. We have several more items to get through today.
For about 3 hours.
Call the committee back to order. Agenda item 8, introduction of statutes governing Nevada Silver-Haired Legislative Forum, meeting protocol, guidelines of decorum, and other items of interest to members of the forum. I would like to just say, especially to the new members, this is something we normally have at the beginning of our new session. However, because we had so many agenda items to get through, we wanted all of the people coming to be able to leave, before we took an adjournment, and then they just have to sit here that much longer. So Patrick Ashton and Ms. Garcia will provide us with an introduction to statutes governing the forum, meeting protocol, guidelines of decorum, and other related information. Mr. Ashton, Ms. Garcia, please proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, Forum President Almaraz and Forum members. My name is Patrick Ashton. I am the Forum Coordinator and also a Policy Analyst with the Research Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. It is so nice to be here again and have a chance to present on the forum. We will have this presentation right now together with my colleague here, Angelina Garcia. She is also a policy analyst with the research division, and we are happy to be here today. So the presentation that we will provide to you is to give you an overview of the forum, its purpose, its duties, and responsibilities. Ms. Garcia will follow then with guidelines of decorum and meeting protocol, pretty much how are public meetings conducted. We will take questions after the presentation like we've done before. Before I begin, I would like to note there are several exhibits in your meeting binders that we will refer to during my remarks and Ms. Garcia's remarks. There should be a copy of the statutes governing the forum in your binders, a memorandum on travel expenses and per diem allowance, a copy of Senate Bill 60, which became law during the 2025 session. That was the forum's bill draft request from last interim, a memorandum on meeting protocol and guidelines of decorum, the current roster of the forum, and the final report of the forum's activities from last interim. Authority and purposes. To get into it right away, the forum has been active since its creation in 1997. In Chapter 427A of Nevada Revised Statutes, you can find the statutes governing the forum. And in your meeting packet, you will find a copy of these statutes under item 8B. The statute creating the forum and its purpose states, the Nevada Silverhead Legislative Forum is hereby created to identify and act upon issues of importance to aging persons. So in more detail, the purposes of the forum include conducting public hearings like this one regarding issues affecting seniors in Nevada, then identify priority concerns for senior citizens, and then collaborate and develop a bill draft request or BDR designed to address those areas of greatest concern and present this BDR to the legislature and the governor as recommendations for state policy. What is the forum? Well, the forum is comprised of members equal to the number of state senators, currently 21, who nominate them for appointment by the Legislative Commission. To qualify, a nominee must have been a Nevada resident for at least 5 years immediately preceding his or her appointment, have been a registered voter in the appointing senatorial district for at least 1 year preceding his or her appointment, and be at least 60 years of age on the day of appointment. Members serve staggered 2-year terms. So that means about half are appointed to terms ending in even numbered years, the other half of forum members ending in odd numbered years. Forum members whose terms expired may continue to serve until either a successor is appointed or they are reappointed to their respective forum seat for another term. Also, in the statute on the slide, you can find information about the National Silverhead Congress from Nevada that they serve automatically as ex officio members. Per our information, since the COVID-19 pandemic, it is unknown what the status is of this National Silverhead Congress on the federal level. And to our knowledge, there's no active Nevada delegation. Officer positions, and that's something, vacancies and memberships. So how does a vacancy occur? It's either through the death or resignation of a member, or due to an illness or absence for any reason that prevents the member from attending 3 consecutive meetings of the forum, unless excused by the president. And if a vacancy occurs of an appointed member, the Legislative Commission shall fill the vacancy in the same manner as the original selection for the remainder of the unexpired term. So later during this meeting, there will be the election of forum officers, because the forum elects its own officers from the appointed members. The positions are the president, whom may serve a maximum of 2 2-year terms, consecutively or staggered, who conducts forum meetings and all activities related to these meetings to accomplish the purposes of the forum. The vice president shall assist the president and conduct meetings if the president is absent or otherwise unavailable to perform his or her duties. And then also 2 facilitators, one in the north, one in the south. They gather information on issues of importance to senior citizens, and they provide a report at each forum meeting. So there's usually an agenda item, reports from the facilitators where they make their reports. And us, the LCB staff, we assist the president in planning and conducting the forum meetings, and we are available to all the forum members to assist and the officers to assist as needed. Members may also appoint one or more advisory member to the forum. I will not go much into detail about this because it has not happened yet, but I wanted to bring it to your attention since it's part of the law governing the forum. Public meetings. So the forum must comply with the provisions of the open meeting law, in short, the acronym is OML. My colleague, Ms. Garcia, will address the OML in a bit. And for you to know, traditionally the forum studies issues of importance to senior citizens, such as what we heard today, or the provisions of respite care, long-term care services, protection of senior citizens from abuse and neglect, and homelessness or food insecurity among older adults, to name just a few of the topics the forum has heard in the past. And at the last meeting before September of an even-numbered year, so meaning next September, the forum usually has a work session. That means us, the LCB staff, at the direction of the president, we prepare a work session document that consists of several recommendations based on witness testimony you have heard during these meetings and possible actions that you may take. Forum members then may vote on each of these recommendations. And just to illustrate the one bill draft request the forum approved last interim is Senate Bill 60, and I will talk to you about that in a minute. It's one of the things the forum can do on or before September 1st, preceding a regular legislative session, is to submit this BDR, which then is considered by the legislature. Other powers the forum has is to submit a report containing recommendations for legislative action to the Legislative Commission and the governor, accept gifts, grant, and donations, and adopt procedures to conduct meetings of the forum and its committees. So the BDR requested by the forum last interim was SB 60, and this bill expands penalties for crimes committed against older or vulnerable individuals for 3 theft categories. It's either controlling property of another with intent to deprive the person of the property, conversion of, unauthorized transfer of, and interest in, or unauthorized control of the property of another by a person who had the authority to possess the property for only a limited duration or use. And the third theft category is to obtain the property or service of another by a material misrepresentation with the intent to deprive the person of the property or services. SB 60 also adds these crimes to the list of crimes for which an additional civil penalty applies when committed against an older adult, which may be recovered by the Attorney General. The budget. So at its recent meeting last October, October 28th, the Legislative Commission approved the budget for all interim committees, including the forum. So for this interim, the forum has a budget with a total of about $17,500. And the budget really serves for the compensation for forum members, meaning the funding is allocated to the forum, and the forum president, with assistance again from staff from LCB, administers this funding. And it is mainly used to support travel expense reimbursements for you and per diem allowance. So in the exhibits for this agenda item right now, you will find a memorandum which provides you with detailed instructions and an example of how to claim per diem allowance and be reimbursed for travel expenses under agenda item 8C. So in your meeting binders, you find as well a blue form that you need to complete for claiming the travel expense reimbursements and per diem allowance. So if you have any questions about claiming that, please go to one of us here in Southern Nevada or Northern Nevada to get assistance with it. All right, at this point, I will hand it over to Ms. Garcia.
I have to steal your microphone, sorry. So the purpose of the hearings that we have, there are two of them. The first is so that the public can see what the forum is doing and get a good idea about your deliberations and your actions. But the second is so that you, in turn, can hear from the public or from experts, from different people giving testimony, lobbyists, whoever. So you're learning from them as much as they're learning from us. The chair or president, they're kind of interchangeable terms for this forum, is responsible for calling the hearing to order, conducting it, calling witnesses, and adjourning the meeting. If there is some situation where the chair cannot attend, those actions can be delegated to the vice president, and if for some reason the vice president can't attend, those actions can also be delegated to a different member of the forum. So there's always someone who will be at least acting as chair. Please refer to the chair, as you guys have already been doing, as President, Madam President, Chair, Mr. President. We're being respectful here, right? But you guys have been great at that so far. At the beginning of every hearing, the chair will call to order. Then they'll start with the consideration of agenda items. Sometimes they might ask if items need to be taken out of order. If so, they might ask why, and they completely have the choice of whether or not to allow those agenda items to be taken out of order. Today is a great example where, as we heard our chair saying, the votes were pushed to the end so that instead we could have presentations at the beginning and not make a bunch of folks sitting here while we all went back and ate some pretty good food, right? When it comes to conducting the hearing, we of course start with public testimony. After that's taken, please raise your hand to indicate whether or not you have a question. Again, folks have already been pretty good at that, but we do this to make sure that we're not talking over each other, to make sure that people do get their voices heard when they do want to talk. So we're doing our best to be respectful, but to also make sure that we get a word in. Please wait to be recognized by the chair before you proceed, again, for the same reasons. If you're participating virtually, please raise your hand, but if for whatever reason you're not called upon, feel free to turn on your mic for a second and just say, Madam or Mr. President, I have a question. Turn it off after that though. This is very important because if you have your mic on and somebody behind you starts singing really good karaoke, that's fun. That's awesome. I don't want to hear all of it, and I'm sure that most of you don't either. If there are any agenda items that require action, the chair will ask the forum members for a motion to take action. They'll allow for further discussion and then recognize those wishing to speak as usual. Once there's no more discussion to be had, the chair can ask for a voice vote. If for some reason the results of that voice vote can't be determined, then the chair can call for a roll call vote. Afterwards, we'll all hear those results. Following testimony, discussion, and action, we move on to whatever the next item on the agenda will be. If you are participating on Zoom, I went to school when that was everything, so I am a Zoom expert. Feel free to ask me any questions you have, but also familiarize yourself with the controls, right? Like I said, keep yourself muted. We don't want to hear all the background noise, but also be aware that we can see you. You need to have your cameras on at all times, because we need to know who's there, that it is in fact you and you haven't just put out a cardboard cutout of yourself, right? So be aware of where you are, who you're with, what it sounds like, all of that. That's just a matter of respect for your colleagues. This was mentioned earlier, but I do want to reiterate, do not ever use the chat box on Zoom or group emails to discuss items. If you were a member of the public and all of that deliberation was going on behind the scenes, you would be pretty upset. Right? Also, it's a legal requirement. So Any discussion has to take place in these meetings on the record. Like I said, public comment is allowed at the beginning and the end of the meeting, and we got a pretty big crowd waiting for us today, so we'll see how that goes. The chair is, of course, allowed to limit the amount of time that's allotted. Sometimes we might not have as much, and the chair is welcome to extend it to, say, 5 minutes. Sometimes we need to really shorten public comment, so it might be only a couple of minutes for presenters. We want to make sure, just like with the forum members, that people can say what they need to say, but we need to be wary of our time constraints. Forum members should restrain themselves from discussing topics that come up during public comment. So if you hear something that you think, wow, this would be a really great topic of discussion for the forum, make a note of it, talk to the chair, and then we can discuss it at a future meeting. But we have to make sure that those topics are on the agenda ahead of time so that if somebody is interested in hearing about it, they can be present, they can be at that meeting, and they're never left behind if they feel they need to be a part of a conversation. After public comment, we'll talk about time and place for the next meeting, and then the chair can adjourn without a motion. We will have many witnesses as we did today. So after they're done speaking, you are welcome to ask them questions. As we did today, sometimes those questions might be limited. Sometimes you may be allowed to ask as many as you need to fully understand the conversation topic. Again, just raise your hand, wait to be called on, and then when it's your turn, have that discussion. Please make sure that we're giving the same respect to our witnesses as we would to other members of the forum. Address them as Mr. or Miss, or if they have a title like doctor or senator or whatever it may be, use that title as well. So as Patrick mentioned earlier, we are subject to open meeting law as a public body. So again, that's why we can't use those chat boxes. That's why we have to talk about everything on the record in these meetings. Our agenda has to provide full notice and disclosure of whatever topics. Again, why we can't start just randomly discussing things during public comment. So everything has to be properly noticed and taken openly, anything we discuss. Also keep in mind, we are all individuals, but any action has to be taken by the body as a whole. So I respect all of your individuality, but we have to make sure that, again, we're following the laws, we're following the rules, we're respecting the wishes of other members of the forum as much as we are our own. That's it for me.
So thank you. And just a couple of other items that are maybe or for your interest. The forum's final report from last interim is part of your meeting materials under agenda item 8G. We also included a current roster of the forum, which is in your binders under item 8F. Additionally, you as forum members can order business cards from the forum secretary, Ms. Jimenez. You should have already received an email requesting your information if you want to order a set of business cards. So please respond to this email and we would be happy to fulfill that request for you. LCB staff is also sending forum-related materials electronically to you in an effort to be environmentally conscious and to communicate with you in a timely manner. If for some reason you would like us to communicate in another way or you don't have an email account, please let us know so we will communicate with you by other means, by phone or mail. And one more thing I want to mention, if you could please, under the legislative website for the forum, if you could sign up for notices to receive from the forums or anything that we push out over the forum's website, the agenda, or that the final report for this interim is eventually posted, you will receive this notice and you can receive help from us to learn how to sign up for that. And this will conclude our presentation and we stand ready for any questions you may have.
Just one thing, Patrick, please. Could you give the members the website, the address where they can get, on the legislative site? I think some of our new members may not know.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Yes, President Almaraz, we can certainly send out an email with instructions on how to sign up.
Thank you. Mr. Thorne?
Pat Thorne, District 12. Just want to, do we use Robert's rules loosely or somewhat during our proceedings? I mean, for example, move, second, discussion, motion, or vote, that kind of procedure?
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Yes, Mr. Thorne, we follow this formal procedure. Usually it's, I spaced the name right now, Mason's Law? Mason's Guide. I forgot about it, but I can go back to it and figure out what it is. Yes. Yeah, thank you.
We'll go to Carson City. Are there any questions?
Mr. Smith
Seeing
here.
none?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have
Okay.
one question for Patrick. Being remote and being on a tiny screen, several times we would raise our hand, but you don't see us because we're so small. I don't want to insult you by interrupting or pressing my mic, but I don't know how else to get in touch with you.
So for the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. This is one of the issues with the screens, and it's sometimes hard to see. But like Ms. Garcia said earlier, it is appropriate to get on the mic really quick and say, excuse me, Madam or Mr. President, there's a question or a comment, and then wait to be recognized and then continue after that. But first, it would be good to raise hands and or on Zoom to try that as well.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anyone else in Carson City? Ms. Darden?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. My question is, I'm looking at this, I think what Patrick is referring to is the NFHLF, electronic meeting materials. I'm not sure. I want to make sure I'm following along properly. When he was putting on his presentation, when he said you have a booklet of some sort, is this what he was referring to?
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Yes, the form secretary sent an electronic version of the binder to you. So you should have that in your email. And you can follow along there. The acronym NSHLF stands for Nevada Silver-Haired Legislative Forum. And that is used when we upload documents on the website or send them out, because it's a pretty long name and file names have a limit of characters you can use. So that's the acronym commonly used for the forum.
Thank you, Patrick. For two other questions. The other one is that I've kind of perused through this, and it looks like the last maybe 10 pages have to do with BDRs. Are those suggestions that we should be looking at? Are you aware of that? There's BDRs at the last part of this booklet.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Ms. Darden, that part, what you can find are recommendations from last interim, the forum considered and voted on, that are part of the final report. This is for all the members, about 11, I think 11 members are newly elected, new members to the forum, so that you can see what the forum has worked on last interim. And these are the recommendations. You will see that again for this interim in a similar form during a work session that I alluded to, that will be most likely in a meeting in August, where our staff will coordinate with the forum president to come up with recommendations again for you to consider. One of these recommendations will become again a bill draft request, which will then be introduced as a bill to be considered by a regular legislative session, meaning the 2027 session. The other recommendations that are possible that you can see in there are, for instance, letters of support that are sent to the governor, to the chairs of the Senate and Assembly committees on health and human services to advocate for certain issues of importance to senior citizens. It could be also a recommendation that is just put in the final report, because the report itself is also sent to different entities, including the governor and the legislative commission.
Okay. And the third one is, I don't know if my computer glitched, but we were talking about, are we doing Robert's rules or we're doing something else? And I think you mentioned some other process to run the meeting.
Sorry, for the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. I have a bit issues with the mic button to turn it right on. So again, I'm spacing on the name right now, but generally committees at the legislature follow the rules of the open meeting law. So, and that applies for the forum as well. And then any other rules that are not in the open meeting law addressed follow what Mr. Thorne said, this rule and the other name that I'm still spacing right now. I can follow up on that. I apologize. But generally, yes, there are formal procedures to follow, like how to take a motion, how to vote, how to announce the results. And if you like more information on that, I can get back to you on that one. Also, the forum has a legal counsel that can talk about these procedures more and the open meeting law at some point, if you were interested in that as a topic. I know that Mr. Fernley, the counsel right now, he is not available on Zoom. He had to step out for another appointment, but it's definitely something we staff could prepare for you for the forum to for further information.
Yeah, so I'd like to, with all respect, I'd like to request that when you send the information, if possible, to get on the website, that we also have that meeting protocol included in that, if that's possible.
Any questions in Las Vegas? Seeing none, we will complete this presentation. Thank you, Mr. Ashton and Ms. Garcia, for this information. One of the topics that Patrick covered was our agenda item 9. Discussion of future agenda items and possible meeting dates. We will have 4 meetings during the year of 2026. Does anybody have suggestions for what topics they would like to hear discussed at our future meetings? Anyone in Carson City?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to see something discussed about, if this is possible, I don't know, of property taxes on seniors. Thank you.
We can put that down as a topic, but that isn't something that we could do a BDR on and legislate. But we could have someone come and discuss it, because those aren't state, they're more county. Anyone else in Carson City?
No, I think we're all clear here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Linden? I can't see, is that his name?
There we go. My name is Bob Linden. I have an issue relating to Lyft car ride services that relates, and I'm not sure this is the proper place to bring it up or if it should go somewhere else. I've been able to not achieve anything in trying to get to senior management at Lyft. So I'm trying to figure out what path to go through, and if so, how do I do that? Phone call first to discuss, or what? I need some guidance on that.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Mr. Linden, you and I could follow up on that issue after the meeting at some point, if you like, and I can see if I can find some resources for you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Anyone in Las Vegas know of a topic that you would like to have discussed? Mr. Thorne.
Pat Thorne, District 12. It wouldn't be in the form of a BDR, but I think there's issues that need to be brought up concerning internal controls. I'm an auditor, so naturally that's where I'm coming from. But it seems to me there's...
Excuse me, Mr. Thorne, can you bring your mic a little closer so we can hear you?
Yeah, my voice went away when I fell one time. Yeah, it's just that there seems to be a lot of areas that I saw during the presentations we saw today that about things that were being implemented, but I didn't really see, or well, maybe it was there, but I think there should be some discussion on the internal controls regarding the implementation of some of these things, because there is, as I can see, opportunity for fraud, waste, and abuse. I'm not saying anybody's doing anything illegally. Errors happen all the time, but there clearly is opportunity at some point in time, or some of these for snap cards or whatever, they fall in the wrong hands. I want to know how they're addressing the internal controls over programs such as that.
So someone from the SNAP program, you would like for them to come back and delve deeper into their program?
That would work. Just some discussion on what safeguards are in place to make sure that SNAP or whatever benefits are going to their proper people. I know mistakes will happen, but there's ways to control misappropriation and illegal use.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes, as we talked about last time in our last session, excuse me, I work with people with neurological degenerative diseases, specifically Parkinson's disease. And as my skills, I'm a volunteer. I've done this for 7 years. I really see people of color being able to come to these programs. Again, I don't get money for it. I do it for 7 years as a volunteer. I was wondering if we could discuss seniors, predominantly people with Parkinson's, people with our seniors, if there's a way we can bring these people so they can enjoy programs such as boxing with Parkinson's, dancing with Parkinson's. There's even other clubs with Parkinson's that they don't have disposable income, because when they worked, they might have worked as a busboy or on a maid or something like that, where most of the people I work with, that have Parkinson's, they actually had, careers, doctors, a couple of football coaches. And I was wondering if there's any way that we can find funding to bring people, say, in the west side of Las Vegas or wherever, to places, transportation, and help them defer to some of the costs of these programs.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Dr. Jordan?
Thank you, Madam President. Marilyn Jordan, District 9, for the record. My focus this year, hopefully, really will address housing for seniors. It is a #1 issue in our state, and it's something that we've been talking about for a while. And I think that we need to put our foot to the pedal this year and really address some of the important steps that we can make on behalf of our seniors as it relates to housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bongiorno?
Yes, I would like to see us address the insidious disease of dementia and also the caregivers, what the criteria is, and how, again, we can investigate when we have this type of abuse. Oftentimes, even addressing probate court, addressing wills, trusts, things of the sort that many of us or our friends do not have or do not know where they can get such help. And maybe we can bring in attorneys to address that for us, and caregivers. I know of people that have had patients, as many as 48 patients that have had dementia, that we can get firsthand knowledge from them. Thank you.
Anyone else have a suggestion? Mr.
Roger Troth, District 18. Two things, and this is probably, both of these are come out of DHS. Some kind of presentation or discussion about continuing to advertise, inform, and promote all the resources that are available through the state. There's a lot of them, and we had some of that conversation today. I don't think that word gets out enough, and I don't know what the answer is to that. I know they spend time and effort doing that, but maybe some kind of presentation on information dissemination, promoting the resources. And then the second one is I'd like to kind of revisit the family senior care reimbursement kind of function that we talked about last time, and it was addressed a little bit today, to see if that can't be expanded. We have a lot of families that take care of their own seniors, and sometimes at a lot of expense and time and energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, forum members. These are all great topics, and we will work with Patrick and see if we can get some of those on future agendas. And you can also, email at any time to Patrick if you come up with something else, that you really do want to have addressed. Now we are going to future meeting dates. We have 4 meeting dates, one of them being August, because in August, that's our work session, and it will be a longer meeting like today was. And for the new members, most of our meetings are not this long. Please don't think that from now on you're going to be here for 5 or 6 hours. However, the one in August does run longer because that is the meeting where it's a work session where we decide on what our BDR is going to be and, discuss the topics and vote on what we really want to bring before the legislature. So I'm going to turn it over to Patrick for a moment about possible meeting dates, months that he thinks, would be available.
So for the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division LCB. The first question is if you still would like to have a meeting this year, meaning in December. Otherwise, the next meeting could be in January, and then maybe to have a break in between the next meeting followed in March, again a break, then May. And then there could be a larger break in between to also come up with recommendations for the final meeting then in August. So that could be a possible way to go about it. And regarding the days that you would like to meet in the past, forum members, there were never all forum members who were able to meet on the same day. Generally, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were meeting dates of the forum. I cannot remember a meeting date of the forum on Monday or Friday, at least during my time, but it is also possible, just for your information.
So my thought is, since we do have to have one in August, maybe we could work backwards and every other month or something like that.
I thought last year that we had a really good schedule. We met in February, we met in April, and we met in June. And that worked really, really well. We had a break in between. We had the opportunity to look into some of the things that we were encouraged to share, and people didn't have to come on a monthly basis. So that's also, I looked at the attendance when it was best for everybody to show up, and that's what we need. We need your support. So that's my recommendation. That would be February, April, June, and August.
Madam Chair. Yeah, the schedule that we did, that was basically the last two sessions work like that. And like Patrick was saying, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are best, for me. That seemed to work out last year too. For new members, pipe up if those are things that aren't workable for you folks.
So if we decide on February, April, June, and August, which we have done for the last couple of years, how about if we have Tuesdays? Anybody cannot ever attend on a Tuesday? No? Okay.
I prefer no Tuesdays.
Anyone else?
Chair Daniels, District 14. Tuesdays does not work for me.
Thank you.
This is Donna Darden from
Let's try
District
for
1.
Wednesday then. How is everyone fixed for Wednesday? Carson City?
This is Chair Daniels, District 14. It depends on which Wednesday it is in the month.
So do you have like first, second, third, fourth? What is your time frame?
Madam Chairman, I have a meeting on the, third Wednesday of each month, so I would not be available the third Wednesdays. Thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Madam Chairman? And I don't know if you can hear me. August, the first 2 weeks, I will be out of the country. So I just wanted that to be considered, and that would put us in the third week of August or the last week.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Levin?
I also have a standing appointment on the third Wednesday of each month. And with respect to August, I'll be gone the third week of August.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman.
One moment. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Chair Daniels, District 14, the fourth Thursday of those months works for us here in Carson. Thank you.
How about Thursday? Yes, Mr. Thorne.
Yeah, Pat Thorne, District 12. I'm wondering if staff has any preferences in terms of how much time it takes you to put together the background material for these meetings. Is there a better time earlier or later in the month?
Patrick said that part doesn't matter. I'm looking at the fourth Thursday would be August 27th, June 25, April 23, and February 26. I'm not sure about August 27, if we could pick another day that week. I think everybody's good with the fourth Thursday of the month except for August. Yes, Mr. Troth?
What's the, for the staff, how late in September, or is the requirement to have it done before 1 September?
Yes.
Okay.
We must be finished by 1 September.
Okay, thanks.
So August needs to be earlier in the month. How about let's see, you can't do Wednesdays. Somebody said they can't do the third Wednesday. Can you do the fourth Wednesday? The people who can't do the third Wednesday? Can you do the 26th, the fourth Wednesday?
Madam Chair, this is Chair Daniels, District 14. Yes, I can. The third Wednesday is the only one I cannot do. Thank you.
We are going to request these dates. Again, it depends on if the room is available and if our staff can be here for that. We will request the, 26th of August, June 25, April, where are we, April? Let's see. 23, and February, the fourth Thursday is 26. They're all Thursdays except August the 26th is a Wednesday. Is most everybody good with those dates? Because we have to request them. That's not set. If LCB says, no, you can't have that day, like something is going on in the meeting room at Carson City or something is going on here, then we will have to adjust those days. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. All right, our next agenda item is election of forum officers. Only one member is nominated. I will hand this over to Patrick for the election of forum officers.
Thank you, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB, for the record. So during the last agenda item, members, we provided you with an overview of forum officer positions, and let me briefly repeat these positions. There is the position as forum president. The term is a maximum of two-year terms, consecutively or staggered. Duties include to coordinate and facilitate all activities for the forum meetings, together with the vice president and especially with staff, directing staff, who to invite, the presenters, and then organize these meetings, then conduct the meetings, and oversee that they accomplish the purposes of the forum, and then as well to administer the forum account with the assistance of staff from LCP. The next officer position is the position of vice president, which is a one-year term. The vice president can be re-elected, meaning there are no term limits. And the vice president also coordinates and facilitates activities and forum meetings together with the forum president and assists the president and conducts meetings if the president is absent or otherwise unavailable to perform his or her duties. And the other two positions are those of the facilitators, the northern and southern facilitators, who are elected for two-year terms. They also can be re-elected. The facilitators gather information on issues of importance to senior citizens and then provide a report at each forum meeting. So I also want to emphasize that these terms have already begun on September 1st of this year. And next, let me explain to you the process of the election. You will hold separate elections for each officer position, and I will ask you for nominations for each one. If a member is nominated for an officer position, he or she needs to accept the nomination in order to be considered for the position. Nominees will have the opportunity to deliver brief remarks before the vote. And after we have received all nominations, the secretary will take a roll call vote. And then I will announce the results of the vote, and the nominee with a majority of the votes will be elected to the respective office. And to start with, we would start with the election of the forum president. Once the president is elected, then we'll go with vice president and the facilitators. So before I proceed, are there any questions? Ms. Johnson.
So it's a matter of being nominated to run.
Correct. It's, for the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. You need to be nominated. You could also self-nominate for an officer position. That's absolutely possible. And to add, you need to accept, so whoever is nominated would need to accept the nomination as well. Any other questions on Zoom, Carson City? Seeing none, with that, I will accept nominations for the forum president at this time.
Mr. Ashton, I would like to nominate Dr. Jordan, our vice president, as the next president.
I would second that.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, 1 second, please. So we have one nomination for Dr. Jordan. Are there any other nominations at this time? Okay, doesn't seem like it. Dr. Jordan, you have been nominated. Do you accept the nomination?
It's my pleasure to accept. Thank you so much. Wonderful.
So Dr. Jordan said yes, she would nominate, as she would accept.
I'm getting better at this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very excited about it, and I look forward to doing this wonderful job. I've been here for 10 years, and I'm looking forward to being here a while longer. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. For the record, Patrick Ashton again. Since only one member was nominated, we will take a roll call vote. Before taking the vote, I will open it up for discussion. Does anyone have any comments they would like to make before the forum takes a vote? And Dr. Jordan, of course, if you want to make an additional statement besides the one you just made in favor of your candidacy, feel free to do so.
Well, I've served in all three of the positions prior to this, so I think I'm prepared. And Madam President has given me the opportunity to serve in the role when she's been absent, so I think I have a good understanding of it. And I've had perfect attendance in my last 10 years. I haven't been absent once, and I've gotten to know everybody, so I'm very pleased. Also, I believe my background, having been an educator, elementary, middle, high school principal, superintendent in New York City, financial director for the largest district in New York City, public policy, 3 masters, master's in business, and a doctorate in public policy and finance. I think that I bring a little something to the table. Right now, I'm working with major corporations outside of this position, working on strategic planning for corporations. And I want to bring some of that experience to our forum. So thank you.
For the record, Patrick Ashton. Thank you, Dr. Jordan. Any other comments before we take the vote? Seeing none, then members, if you're in favor of Dr. Jordan serving as forum president, please say yes when your name is called. When opposed, please say no. Madam Secretary, please start the vote.
Ms. Darden?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Fulmar?
I think we have to work on his.
Mr. Silberkraus?
Yes, please.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Linden?
Yes.
Ms. Laura Levitt?
Yes.
Dr. Jordan?
Yes.
Ms. Bongiorno?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Thorne?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Dr. Schonkweiler? Ms. Stoyle?
Yes.
Mr. Troth?
Yes.
Ms. McAdoo?
Yes.
Ms. Peggy Levitt?
Yes.
Ms. Almaraz?
Yes.
Thank you. This concludes the vote. Dr. Jordan has received a majority of the votes and will serve as forum president. Congratulations, Dr. Jordan.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you. Look forward to working with everybody.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division LCB, forum president. Jordan, with your permission, may I continue with the next nomination for vice president? Thank you. So at this time, for members, the next position will be for vice president. Members, please announce your nominations for the position of vice president at this point.
Would like to nominate Michelle Johnson from Senate District 6.
Thank you. Any other nominations?
Yes, I would like to nominate Mr. Frank Slaughter. He's been with us a few years and he seems very engaged, and I'd like to see him as vice president.
Thank you. Any other nominations?
I want to nominate Mr. Troy.
So we have two nominations at this point, Michelle Johnson and Frank Slaughter. Ms. Johnson, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Slaughter, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. At this point, the members have an opportunity to make any comments regarding the nominations, and both you, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Slaughter feel also free to make comments in favor of your candidacy. Please.
Thank you. As I said, I've been a member of or a resident of Las Vegas since 1959. I ran a nonprofit organization for 42 years. So I have undertaken being here and behind this forum in the past. I handled everything that had to do with the organization, from finances to hiring and firing to expanding. So I do know I know Clark County and I know Las Vegas. That being said, I understand that Mr. Slaughter has been around a lot longer, so you can certainly vote for him because I think he's worthy of it as well.
Well, after listening, Frank Slaughter, District 11, after listening to your credentials, we talked before this, I was actually going to nominate you. And I do not have the credentials you have. I'm just a guy off the street. I do a lot of volunteer work in Las Vegas for youth with addictions and work with people with Parkinson's. Also a UNLV boxing coach. I don't know if that qualifies me to punch out anybody here. All right, there you go.
I'd like to say something. We have two great candidates, don't we? I think I know Mr. Slaughter a little better since he's been here for a while, and I think he's an excellent candidate. But Ms. Johnson, we'd like you to consider being right here with us too. Mr. Slaughter, do you have any other words that you'd like to share?
Frank Slaughter, District 11. Well, I'll just let the chips fall where they may.
Bless your heart. Thank you.
Any other comments, members? Seeing none, we will take a roll call vote, and the member with the highest number of votes will serve as the vice president. And again, we will take a roll call vote. And in this case, when the secretary calls your name, please say the name of the nominee you're voting for. To repeat, the nominees for the office position of vice president are Mr. Frank Slaughter and Ms. Michelle Johnson. Madam Secretary, please start a roll call vote.
Ms. Darden?
Frank Slaughter.
Mr. Fulmer?
Where is he?
Mr. Silberkraus? Ms. Johnson?
Well, I think I'd be silly if I didn't vote for myself, but I think I would vote for Frank Slaughter as well.
Mr. Linden?
Mr. Slaughter?
Ms. Laura Levitt?
Michelle Johnson?
Dr. Jordan?
Slaughter.
Ms. Bongiorno?
Michelle Johnson.
Mr. Slaughter?
Michelle Johnson.
Mr. Thorne?
Mr. Slaughter.
Mr. Smith?
Abstain.
Ms. Daniels?
Michelle Johnson.
Dr. Schonkweiler? Ms. Doyle?
Frank Slaughter.
Mr. Troth?
Frank Slaughter.
Miss McAdoo,
Mr. Slaughter,
Miss Peggy Levitt,
Mr. Slaughter,
Miss Almaraz.
Mr. Slaughter,
Madam Secretary, for the record, Patrick Ashton, would you please confirm the votes we have here in Las Vegas is for Mr. Slaughter 10 votes and for Ms. Johnson 5 votes? Does this match what you have?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. For the record, Patrick Ashton. So for the officer position as Vice President, Mr. Slaughter has received the majority of the votes. Congratulations, Mr. Slaughter.
Mr. Slaughter from District 11. I'll just tell you, I'll just try to do my best. That's all I can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. We will continue with the next officer position for the Northern Facilitator. At this point, are there any nominations, members?
Mr. Ashton, I would like to nominate Mr. Smith.
Any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Ms. Johnson.
Seeing no other nominations, Mr. Smith, do you accept your nomination?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you very much. And then, Mr. Smith, do you have any comments before the vote, or any other members? Do you have any comments before the vote?
I would just like to let the board know that I will do my best. Being new, brand new, I'm still learning, but I'm a quick learner, so hopefully I can get my feet on the ground and start running here shortly. And I look forward to participating more that I can. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, I have. Mr. Smith has served in the legislature. He knows his way around. I think he will be a great Northern facilitator.
Dr. Jordan here. I'm looking forward to working with you. I know we have a lot of work to do up that way as well as we do here. So new or old, we're looking forward to a great team and we welcome you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Seeing no other comments at this time, since only one member was nominated, the forum will take a roll call vote. So if you are in favor of Mr. Smith serving as Northern Facilitator, please say yes when your name is called. When opposed, please say no. Madam Secretary, please commence the vote.
Miss Darden,
Yes.
Mr. Fulmer, Mr. Silberkraus,
Yes.
Miss Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Linden,
Yes.
Miss Laura Levitt,
Yes.
Dr. Jordan,
Yes.
Ms. Bongiorno,
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter,
Yes.
Mr. Thorne,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Dr. Schonkweiler, Ms. Doyle,
Yes.
Mr. Trott,
Yes.
Ms. McAdoo,
Yes.
Ms. Peggy Levitt,
Yes.
Ms. Almaraz.
Yes.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. So, Mr. Smith, you have received a majority of the vote, and you are now the Northern Facilitator of the forum. Congratulations. We will now continue with the last but not least officer position for Southern Facilitator. Are there any nominations? From President Jordan.
I am delighted to have Ms. Johnson be considered for this wonderful position. I second that.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Seeing none. Ms. Johnson, will you accept your nomination?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. And do you have any comments you would like to make, or any other forum member has any comments?
I'll just say with the party I have, I cannot be success. I must be successful in order to put up with them.
Thank you. Members, if you're in favor of Ms. Johnson serving as Southern Facilitator, please say yes when your name is called. When opposed, please say no. Secretary, please take the roll call vote.
Ms. Darden,
Yes.
Mr. Fulmer, Mr. Silberkraus,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Linden,
Yes.
Ms. Laura Levitt,
Yes.
Dr. Jordan,
Yes.
Ms. Bongiorno,
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter,
Yes.
Mr. Thorne,
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Dr. Schonkweiler, Ms. Doyle,
Yes.
Mr. Trott,
Yes.
Ms. McAdoo,
Yes.
Ms. Peggy Levitt,
Yes.
Ms. Almaraz.
Yes.
For the record, Patrick Ashton, Research Division, LCB. Ms. Johnson, you have received the majority of the vote. Congratulations to being the Southern Facilitator of the forum. And forum members, this concludes our election for this interim. Congratulations again to all the newly elected officers. And at this point, I will hand it back.
Thank you, everyone, and congratulations on being elected. Dr. Jordan, with your permission, I will finish closing out today.
Yes, but I'd like to say one thing on behalf of the forum. I think we all need to say and demonstrate our support and love for our Madam President, who will be leaving office. She has done a fantastic job and we will miss her terribly. So let's everybody just Fran, we really appreciate all the fine work that you've done. And we have to say, 2 bills, two sessions, you did your thing, my dear. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We look forward to working with you continuously.
Thank you, everyone. It has been my pleasure. Agenda item 11 is public comment. Do we have anyone in Carson City for public comment?
I have public comment.
Seeing no one in Las Vegas, is there anyone for public comment?
Yes.
Can she do public if she goes over there? Forum members, I'm going to bend the rule just a little and let Ms. Bongiorno tell us something during public comment. It's not something we normally do. However, the program that she wants to tell us about, I think we would like to hear it. Ms. Bongiorno? Over there. When you're ready.
Thank you. It feels a little odd sitting on this side after 16 years. I have a company named Diamond J LLC, and I've been an advocate for many years for seniors. And I found something that you've asked many times is how to find or how to know whom to call for what. My company, through a programmer that I use, her name is Joan Summers, who's was with the Metropolitan Police Department and a system analyst. We put together, along with the information that I gained from our president, Fran Alvarez, it's a guide to local resources. We developed a thumb drive. And on that thumb drive, you will have a table of contents that tells all the resources that we can reach out to. It gives their address, what they do, and the phone numbers. And the only thing we asked from it at this time, once I gave it to like churches and I've given to senior citizens, I've given to the Henderson Police Department, that they would make a copy and pass it forward so that in the event a senior comes, he says, well, where do I find, for example, health and medical assistance, or where do I find food assistance? Where do I find shelter? Where do I find transportation? It's all on here. It was on a sheet of paper like this, and we added to it. So it's about maybe 100 pages, but we put it on a thumb drive, and I'd like to offer it to the Nevada Silver Legislature and maybe make a copy for each one of you. And all I ask is that you pay it forward. Whomever you give it to, just ask them to provide it to another senior center or perhaps a church or something, so that our seniors will have access to these resources and a table of contents where they could reach out to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bongiorno. Seeing no one else in Las Vegas, we will go to
Excuse me. Question.
who has a question?
Kathleen Doyle from District 16. Just a quick. Yes, Ms. Bongiorno, thank you very much. Very interesting information. I just assume, is that for all of Nevada, not just Southern Nevada?
At this moment, it caught me. It's basically was derived from Southern Nevada was all the information that I had at the time we would develop this.
Okay, thank you.
But we would be willing to, adjust.
Thank you. That would be very useful.
Seeing no one else in Southern Nevada, ABH, please add the first caller with public comment to the meeting.
The public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Agenda item 12 is adjournment. Thank you, everyone, for participating. It's good to see everybody again, and it's good to see all these new faces. Thank you.
I want to say hi to my friend Kathy McAdoo up there in the north.
Hello. It's good to see
Don't we
you.
wish we were over in Scottsdale now?
That would be really fun.